Steve Jackson. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen here. Ba-bam. Steve Jackson's Sorcery, the Crown of Kings. Here is the titular Crown of Kings, and this, I assume, is the evil, dark sorcerer who is here to annihilate us. And then we have some little gremlins. What are these, imps? And they got their titties out. I don't know if they're supposed to be drawn that way, like intentionally, but the exciting new fantasy adventure in which you become the hero. As we've been, this is now book 4. We have done book 1 through 3. They take about 3 to 4-ish hours, depending on how quickly we solve the puzzles and how quickly we go through combat. As we have progressed through this game, which I believe is intentional, we have become very strong, very overpowered. However, it seems like the main draw of this game is not dominating combat. It is not beating everyone to death. As, you find in a lot of D&D games, you start with like, oh, I want to be really good at combat. Oh, I want to do 2 attacks or 3 attacks, or I want to do sneak attack damage, or I want to, cast fireball and blow everyone in the building up. You find that D&D is more about mystery solving, narrative, like lead following, dungeon crawling, stuff like that. Not really like, let's get to the next room and fight, but more of like, okay, I have this thing, what do I do with it? Okay, well, I have to find these snakes. How do I find them? Okay, when I find them, how do I kill them, I think I missed book 3. Did anything interesting happen? Well, the whole book is interesting. No, I'm just kidding. Basically, the plot of let's go through the plot of each book since this is the last one. The first one set us on our adventure. The Crown of Kings, which is used to, like, create society and civilize man and bring prosperity through civilization, right? The goodness of the wearer, maybe the goodness of the crown, influences the wearer, the king of each area, who then it spreads to his land, and that great power used for good brings prosperity and connection to the entire world. They went from where the crown was either founded, like discovered or created, the center, and they spread it to each king. And when it finally got to us at the edge of the kingdom in Analand, instead of being brought into this civilization, because we are on basically like the edge of humanity, or, well, civilized humanity, everything out there past Analand is nightmare territory, hell, den of thieves and such, where all the bad beasties live that kill and eat people. The ruler of that area, the guy on the cover, the dark sorcerer, I cannot remember his name, the king of Mompong, I think, or something like that, is this guy. He steals the crown from Analand, and if we do not stop him, if we do not reclaim the crown, 1, society will crumble, Analand will be blamed, and he will be gaining the power of this crown to influence. And instead of influencing in a positive way, he'll be influencing in his evil, dark ways, his dark magic. So, book 1, we set out on our adventure. It was still like the green, still like the hospitable territory, right? It's outside. Okay, you seem like an anime character manifested in reality. Fitz von Falk, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Except I'm like the anime character that's like a hikikomori. I'm not like I don't like, I'm not the cool guy, you know what I'm talking about? I kind of just like, I'm like the guy who gets isekai'd, right? But anyway, welcome. We're on book 4 of Steve Jackson's Sorcery. We're going to be reading and going through this adventure. However, Fitz, you do not need to have known anything about the prior books. Just know that I've been powering up and gathering items as we've adventured, and now we can just go to book 4 and defeat the final sorcerer. You don't really have to know the backstory. However, I am currently going through discussing what happened in the prior 3 books. So first book, we were kind of just testing the water, getting our feelers. We were very much like fledgling adventurer. Book 2, Crawl will be next in the next anime segment. Yes, I will. It will be, who's this anime character? Oh my god, it's Crawl. What anime was he in? It says, soon going to be airing summer 2026, new isekai, guy gets hit by truck even though he never leaves his room. How did that happen? And so, book 2, we finally made it through our little verdant green area and outside the gates of Analand, and we left the protection of the all-seeing eye of Analand, the like magical guards who can see everything. So they were protecting us, making our first journey a little bit easier. And we entered the Kare, the city port of thieves. At the end of the city port is where we enter the Backlands. The Backlands is basically like the Veldt from Final Fantasy VI. It's this big open expanse of mountains and forest and lake and all this stuff, and it's like got every type of biome, swamp, and we had to trek through all of it while also chasing down the 7 serpents, which were the cut off heads of a 7-headed hydra that this guy defeated and made his minions. They are his eyes, similar to how the guards are the all-seeing eye of Analand. And they discovered our secret journey to come and defeat this guy and steal the crown back. And those snakes, this is book 3 territory, those snakes, we had to track them down one by one and kill them, but they all had a secret. So like the time serpent would bite us and lock us into like an infinite loop in time. And we would die a very, very, very slow, like, kind of like what happened in JoJo Part 5 with Golden Experience or whatever his name was, where he onto King Crimson. I don't want to spoil, but if you know what I'm talking about, it was like we were locked in a time loop of infinite death and certain death forever. And the way to defeat him was we had to know a reflect spell, and so we had to have a scroll that told us what page to turn to. We turned to that page, and that's how we defeated the time snake. With the water snake, water and oil don't mix, so we had to have oil to defeat the water snake. However, because this book is made for children, and it is literally random chance if you find something or not, a lot of the times we could just kill them, you know? Like the Ouroboros Serpent, the Law of Eternal Return as spell. Oh, yeah. And that one was, book 1 was very fun. Book 1 was very enjoyable. Book 2, Kare, the city port of thieves and traps or whatever it was called, was a nightmare hell. That was a nightmare hell. Literally, we died more times in that book than I think we've died in the entire playthrough. Excluding, so like the other 2 books, we died more in that one book. And we fell in a sewer. We had to trudge through feces. We had to defeat a monster made out of sewage sludge. We got our eyes burned out by the frenzied flame from Elden Ring. We got like all this bad shit kept happening to us, and it took forever, and it was really annoying. And we got robbed, and we rode a horse that rammed us into a wall, and like all this terrible shit happened. It was a nightmare. Book 3 was kind of just a get through it the best you can. It was a lot of combat. It was a lot of trying to find the snakes, really. That was the hard part, was trying to even find them. I think we were like 3/4 of the way through the book, and I had only found one snake. And so I was really worried that we were going to fail, get through the whole book and fail and have to restart, which is what you have to do. And what ended up happening at the end of the book, there were 7 snakes, and we only found 6 of them, which means that one of the snakes got through the Backlands to Mompong, which is where we are now, or whatever it's called, and has alerted the dark sorcerer of our coming. So, if we had gotten all 7 of them, we would still be undiscovered. We could still do this as like a sneak operation, one man, sneak in, kill the guy, take the crown. But now it seems like we'll actually have to work our way through, into his fortress, through his land, up the tower, and kill the guy, which is how I'm expecting this is going to go. Combat is very easy for us. We have a lot of HP. We have really good luck stat. We have really good skill because of our items. Skill is what defines your 2-hit value. So this is very D&D-like. Skill defines your 2-hit value. So since I have a 13, it says 12 on my paper, but we have a +1 because of an item. So since I have a 13, if they have like a 5, they would need to roll a minimum of 8 to even match my 13. But since I get to roll 2, the minimum I can roll is a 15, which means that to even match my minimum roll to hit me, they have to roll a 10. That's crazy, because the max they can roll is a 12. So the chances of weaker creatures even being able to hit me is very, very low, which is great. It means that combat, doing the previous 3 books has made combat quite easy for me. But it's the puzzle solving that's hard. As we have discovered in a lot of my other streams where I do like a puzzle game or a kind of segment in a game that has like a, now figure it out, here's your clues. I'm kind of stupid. I'm kind of dumb, okay? I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm kind of dumb. And this book is showing my flaws. This is made for children. And I've had to Google 3 puzzles. I've had to Google, I don't think I Googled an answer in book 1, but I Googled 2 in book 2 and 1 in the last book. This is made for like 9-year-olds, okay? This is a book from the 80s that is aimed at children, okay? This is like during the conception of D&D, and I'm here like, I can't figure it out. What do you mean? Where do I go? How am I supposed to beat this? You know what I mean? I would like to also say, I've said this a couple times, we are playing on story mode, okay? Okay, but some of the puzzles were stupid. That one, that dice puzzle was impossible. Even people online were like, what is happening here? What is this? You know what I mean? It does tell you the answer to the puzzle, though. If you figure out what number to go to, it tells you, you notice that it's this. So even in the book, it tells you the answer if you can figure out what number to go to. So I'm sure if I were a kid in the 80s and I couldn't figure out that puzzle, I'd probably ponder on it. I'd probably ask my friends. I'd probably ask my dad, my mom, my older brother, my younger sister, you know what I mean? And then I would just go through every number looking to see which one is the answer to the puzzle, you know? Hey, kids in the 80s, tough and try hard. They were. I agree. I think that kids used to be a lot more resilient. I think I used to be a lot more resilient with video games. I grew up on the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation 1. I'm very old. I would have had an NES, but my mom saved and got an SNES, and I think she bought it from a lady. So it was a used SNES. And when the PS1 was on the way out, we were getting an SNES. And then we got a PS1 a couple years later, and I don't think we got a PS2 until the console had been out for years, you know? And so the children even smoke cigarettes. They also used to have beer. Did you know that? In a lot of like European primary schools back in the day, during recess, during like break time, they would give them a beer to calm them down. So like in addition to nap time, they would have some alcohol too. And so back in the day, games used to be a lot harder because they had to convince people to buy this game. There was a gaming industry, but not like it is now. There was no prestige. There was just like, you know, the first Ninja Gaiden game had to be really, really hard and punishing to extend the playtime for as long as possible and give these kids and young teens an incentive to buy the game because I'm going to get like 100 hours out of it. You know what I mean? And the game isn't very big or long, but it's very hard and punishing. And that's how games used to be. And so I used to be, and kids used to be, a lot more resilient to the punishing aspect, the confusing what am I supposed to do here, nature of these games, adventure games and video games, right? So it makes sense to me that in book 2, Kare, when, you know, you feel like you're making, you know, progress, and instead you fall down a hole and die. Rocks fall, everyone dies type shit. And then you have to restart the whole book. You have to start back from the beginning and try again and remember what your roles were and remember how the combat went and what choice did I make that led to my death. And you spend weeks on this one adventure book. I actually have been going to a lot of rare and vintage and used bookstores lately, and I have been looking for Steve Jackson sorcery books. I have been looking, and I have yet to find one. Hi, Zero. Welcome. Nice egg. I made a bunch of Korean drunk eggs, which are marinated eggs. If you've ever been to like a ramen shop, they're kind of the same thing, but they've got a lot more Korean flavor to them. So, like sesame oil and stuff like that. And so last night I had one. I had an egg and rice and one of these marinated eggs, and I literally thought someone's gonna mug me for this egg, but I didn't. I didn't get mugged. I didn't get mugged. Okay, you get in touch with the Black Company and work like Prince of Nothing. You'll freak out. Get in touch with the Black Company and works like Prince of Nothing. Okay, I think I know what the Black Company is. No, I've never heard of this. Is it the RPG? The Black Company role playing game. What is this? The Black Company role playing game is a fast paced, deadly game of swords, sorceries, and soldiers. Play this tabletop RPG with friends in person or online. Interesting. Interesting. Is that what I'm Fitz? Is that what I'm supposed to be looking at? The RPG game, and then what was the other one you said? You said Prince of Nothing. Let me look up Prince of Nothing. The Prince of Nothing is a 3-book epic fantasy trilogy by R. Scott Bakker, part of a large Second Apocalypse series known for its dark, philosophical, and gritty tone. Drawing inspiration from the Crusades, it follows the mysterious warrior philosopher Anasurimbor Kellis as he manipulates a holy war, exploring themes of doubt, belief, and the human condition through complex world building and characters. The trilogy includes the darkness that comes before, the warrior prophet, and the thousandfold thought. This seems interesting. This looks more up my alley. I'm looking at images. It's like it's one of these. It looks like this. Here, let me bring it up. This is a YouTube video that somebody made, and this is their cover, and it says "Thrash or Pass." The art's interesting. It kind of reminds me of back in the day webcomics. Why do you gotta do this to me, Bumner? I'm trying to chill. I mean, man, I've even got a new person here. I'm gonna scare him away with the cat ears. Barely even see him. There. Thrash or Pass is what I do in Slay the Spire 2 when I play the Ironclad. Dude, I have put 100 hours into Slay the Spire 2, and I am SDS 2'd out. I can't take it anymore. I uninstalled the game. I can't take it anymore. I got to I can't. It's not heat. It's not heat. It's Ascension. I got to Ascension 9, and I was just like, I can't take this anymore. And I told Bumner that I was doing Ascensions with the custom game mode Vintage, where you get relics instead of cards, and you only get cards from elites. And I was having a lot of fun with that because I feel like relics really like are a nice power increase, and it incentivizes me to fight more elites so that I can get cards for my deck. And so I was getting like power increases from the relics, but I was getting it was forcing me to engage with harder content, I guess. So it was making it easier and harder at the same time, and I really liked that. But I was playing just regular runs, like classic Ascension runs, and I was doing Ironclad, and I was on Ascension 9, and I died like 5 runs in a row to the first boss, and I was like, I can't do this shit no more. I can't do this shit no more, man. And So I uninstalled the game. I couldn't take it anymore. They are RPGs, but they were dark fantasy gore books before that. I think I will read. I have it open. I think I'm going to read the first book of Prince of Nothing. What is it called again? It's called The Darkness That... What does that say? I hate the fucking Google Images thing that blocks the bottom left corner of every image. The Darkness That Comes Before, The Warrior Prophet, and The Thousandfold Thought. The interesting thing about these is I know that Goodreads is not a good measure of how like popular or successful a book is or how well it's written, because a lot of people on Goodreads can fall into like they were influenced by a YouTuber, influenced by a TikToker, and if somebody says this book actually sucks, they go and they read the book and they go, yeah, this book sucks, and then they review it poorly or something like that. But I was looking at Goodreads for these titles, and a lot of them are like almost 4 stars, like 3.99, and it's got 24,000 reviews. And to be honest with you, that's a really good score for that many reviews. That's a lot of people who took the time to review it. Junix, welcome to review the book. And I don't know if these things have aged badly. It's a matter of vibe. For RPG quest ideas, it might work. Ooh, yeah. You know, I will say, one thing that I have thought repeatedly about Steve Jackson's Sorcery, the 4 books here that we're going over, the Crown of Kings saga, I guess is what we'll call it, is these very much make for like the perfect first D&D adventure. Like if you're a teenager and you're like, I think I want to do a D&D game. If you read these books, maybe you don't make them as like choose your own adventure punishing, but the way that you progress through the world, the items that you find, the characters that you interact with, the way that the city, you get the vibe of Kare, you get the vibe of the Backlands. It's an interesting like way to build a very quick narrative. You know, you could probably, if you did like 2 sessions a month, right? Every other week, bi-weekly, I guess. If you did bi-weekly sessions with a group of like 4 people, you and 3 players or something like that, this would probably be like a 6 months to a year game, depending on how much you put in. But as like a Bones, this is a very, very good world to do my first D&D run. And honestly, I'm the only person I have ever met who has ever heard of this. I think I might do that even though I'm now 30. If I ever get a group and I want to try a DMing for the first time instead of just playing, I might make a quick, simple Crown of Kings story, and no one would know what is going to happen because nobody has ever played this before. Anyway, that's enough yapping. That's 24 minutes into this play session, and I haven't even started playing the game. One thing that I like to do is to go all the way to the very end of the book and read the back cover before we start playing. Unfortunately, because I'm doing all of this in Photo Viewer because this is a PDF. Unfortunately, we have to go through the whole thing. The legendary Crown of Kings is at last within your grasp. Or is it? At the end of your long trek, you face the unknown terrors of the Mompong Fortress. Hidden inside the keep is the Crown of Kings, the ultimate goal of the sorcery epic. But beware, for if you have not defeated the 7 serpents, your arrival has been anticipated. 2 dice, a pencil, and an eraser are all you need. You decide which paths to take, which dangers to risk, and which monsters to fight. Complete with the sorcery spellbook, the Crown of Kings can be played either on its own or as part of the whole epic. And the 4 books that we have completed are the Shamutanti Hills, Kare, City Port of Traps, the 7 Serpents, and the Crown of Kings. It has been very fun. This is the spellbook. The first 2 books did not come with the spellbook. You had to buy them separately because the whole point is that you're supposed to memorize the spells. So it seemed in the 3rd book, the spellbook was added to the end, probably to incite people to buy the book so that they don't go, I have to buy 2 books? No way. I don't want to buy a spell book on the side. So they probably started including it for that reason. But we also did find a section that said you can review your spells and memorize new ones for 1 time in this play game. And it was during that interaction, and then you had to destroy in-game, burn the book because you didn't want people to get your unallotted spells. We are not playing as a sorcerer, so I don't even look at this. I don't care about any of this. In my opinion, sorcery feels like a new game plus, and the intended path is warrior, which is what we're doing. We're kind of playing like a guts-like character. We have a big ol' broadsword, and we even have like a little puck that's following us. However, at the end of the second book, or the first book, he leaves your company in the narrative, but I didn't want him to leave. I felt like that was forced on me. And so I imagine that he's still with me, my little puck. Okay, let's go all the way back to the beginning. This is very long. I think the last book, all 3 books prior ended at like 480 maybe. This one goes all the way up to like 600 something. So this seems like it might be a long adventure. We might be here for a minute. Since this is the final book, let's go ahead and read The Legend of the Crown of Kings one more time. 1 second. Sorry, I felt like I had to sneeze and then I didn't. The problem with living in a tiny room with my cat is I'm not allergic to cats, but a lot of cat hair will affect anybody, I think. And I breathe in basically cat hair constantly. Okay. The Legend of the Crown of Kings. Centuries ago, in the time we now call the Dark Ages, whole regions of the world were undiscovered. There were pockets of civilization, each with their own race and cultures. One such region was Kakhabad, a dark land at the end of the earth. Although several warlords had tried, Kakhabad had never been ruled. All manners of evil creatures, forced from the more civilized lands beyond the Zanzanu Peaks, had gradually crawled into Kakhabad, which became known as the Vermin Pit at Earth End. Civilization and order had spread throughout the rest of the known world ever since the discovery of the Crown of Kings by Chalana, the Reformer of Femfrey. With its help, Chalana became emperor of the largest empire in the Eastern world. This magical crown had mysterious powers, bestowing supernormal qualities of leadership and justice on its owner. But Chalana's own ambitions were not of conquest. He wished instead to establish peaceful nation-states aligned to Femfrey. Thus, in his wisdom, he passed the fabled crown from ruler to ruler in the neighboring kingdoms, and with the help of its magical powers, one by one these lands became peaceful and prosperous. The path was set. Each ruler would own the Crown of Kings for a 4-year period in which to establish order within his kingdom and fall in with the growing Femfrey alliance. So far, the kingdoms of Ruddlestone, Lendaland, Galanteria, and Bryce had taken their turns under the rule of the crown. The benefits were immediate. War and strife were virtually unknown. The king of Analand duly received the Crown of Kings amid great ceremony, and from that day onwards, the development of Analand was ensured. No one quite knew how the Crown of Kings could have such an enormous uplifting effect on a whole nation. Some said it was divinely inspired. Some said its power was merely in the mind. But one thing was certain. Its effects were unquestionable. All was well in Analand until the night of the Black Moon. The king was the first to discover that the crown was missing. Carried off on that starless night by birdmen from Zaman, the crown was on its way to Mompong in the outlaw territories of Kakhabad. News came from the backlands that the crown was being carried to the Archmage of Mompong. Sorry, I'm stuttering. Whose ambitions were to make Kakhabad his kingdom. Although Kakhabad was a dangerous land, it was in itself little threat to the surrounding kingdoms. The lack of rule meant it had no army, and its own internal struggles kept it permanently preoccupied. But with the Crown of Kings to establish rule, Kakhabad could potentially be a deadly enemy to all members of the Femfrey alliance. Such was the shame that fell on Analand for the loss of the crown that all benefits from 2 years under its rule soon disappeared. Law, order, and morale were breaking down. The king was losing the confidence of his subjects. Neighboring territories were looking suspiciously across their borders. There were even whisperings of invasion. One hope remained. Someone, for a military force, would never survive the journey, must travel to Mompog and rescue the Crown of Kings. Only on its safe return would the dreadful curse be lifted from Analand. You have volunteered yourself for this quest, and your mission is clear. You must cross Kakabad to the Mompong Fortress and find the crown. And that's where we are. We are at here. We took this, and we are now at Low Zemin. We approached the mountains, the mountain range of High Zemin. So I assume we're like here-ish. Like we went through the forest of the Snada, we went through Lake Ilklala, across the Vishlami swamp, and then I think we arrived at Low Zemin at the very, very end of the book, and we could see the fortress breaching over the peaks of the mountains. And that's where we are. It's now time to kill the bastard, kill the chud. One moment. I'm not gonna lie. I wish that I could do some music. I wish that I could play some like royalty-free adventure music or some Baldur's Gate 3 music or something like that. But I did that during Kare, and even though the music was very quiet and I talked over it the entire time, for some reason I got copyright struck on YouTube. So unfortunately, we will not be doing that. I guess I know that there's a way to play music on stream, but not have the music be in the recording, which I then upload to YouTube. I know that there's a way to do that. I have not figured out how to do it. I'm feeling like an epic warlord. Whoa. We're kind of a sneaky guy, to be honest with you. Maybe we'll become... Ooh, maybe there will be an option to wear the crown ourselves. Ooh, that'd be cool. Be the hero, more like be the surprise villain. And I can't figure out how to do it because unfortunately I stream from a Mac, and everything is harder on Mac. Everything that you find in these programs that are built for Windows is much harder to do in a Mac. So it's very frustrating, but hopefully I'll be able to do that. Maybe if I ever do one of these again, I'll have better production value. But I appreciate everybody being here, and I'm ready to start. If we had defeated all 7 of the snakes, we would not be discovered, and I believe we would be starting on 133, like an alternative start, but we only defeated 6. Number 1. Like a gigantic claw clutching at the sky, the Mompong Fortress is a foreboding image etched into your mind. Although it is the goal of your mission, its appearance in the distance gives you no sense of relief at the approach of your journey's end. The feeling is rather one of apprehension and danger as you pick your way towards the great castle on high, which is partly obscured by the billowing clouds which shroud the uppermost peaks of the Zanzanus. The going becomes harder as your trail climbs through Low Zemin. Zemin? The Zanzanu foothills are evidently little used by creatures on foot, and the path is indistinct. Where the way is muddy, you can make out hoof marks along the trail. They are days, if not weeks, old, but what sort of creature has made them? The sun fades behind dense clouds and the sky darkens. Perhaps a storm is brewing. A deep, distant rumbling from the heavens confirms your suspicion. You had better prepare yourself. It's already late in the evening, so perhaps it would be wise for you to find a suitable place to camp for the night. There is plenty of shelter under the vegetation to avoid the rain, but you would feel safer in a cave of some sort if you are going to get some sleep. You pause to consider which way would offer you the best chance of shelter. To the east and west, leaving the trail, the undergrowth would make the going heavy, with no real cover which you would be happy to sleep under. No, the path ahead to the north is really your only way forwards. Your eyes follow it. A few 100 meters ahead, it turns to the right around a rocky ridge. With a bit of luck, there may be a nook of some sort in the side of the ridge in which you will be able to shelter. You press on. When you reach the bend in the path, you are able to see what lies ahead. To your right, you see exactly what you were looking for. Not one, but 3 caves are set in the rock. The nearest one has a small entrance, which probably opens into quite a shallow cave. The central cave looks large enough for you to light a fire inside, although the cave could be quite deep and therefore dangerous. The third cave is of a similar size, but looking at the trail, you notice that the hoofprints lead into this cave. Which cave will you try for shelter? As per tradition on this gameplay, I'm just going to roll a dice, okay? If I get 1 or 2, we'll do the small one. If I get 3 or 4, we'll do the middle one. And if I get 5 or 6, we'll do the far cave. It almost always ends up being the last option. I don't know why. The dice gods have been kind and cruel to me. And it looks like we rolled a 1, so we're going for the smallest cave. So, if you have never done an adventure book before, the way that it works is you read entry number 1, make a decision, and then it tells you what reference number to turn to. This is not a page number. This is a number on a page. So we're going to turn all the way to 222. And because we're cheating, because we're on story mode, and we're trying to get through this cleanly and see the actual ending of the book and not redo 8 hours over and over, I write down the number, and we adventure along, and if I die or reach a dead end, we return to a previous number and we try a different route. So if we go all the way, 15 entries, 15 reference numbers, and then we fucking get owned, then I'll return to 1 and we'll try again, a different route. So we're going all the way to 222. Ooh, look at that. 222. You step up to the small cave mouth and kneel down to look inside. Although you'll be able to crawl into the cave, the entrance will be a tight squeeze. But as your eyes become accustomed to the darkness, you see that there will be enough room for you to fit comfortably. The back of the cave is black, so you're unable to tell whether or not the cave is completely empty. You go down on all fours and poke your head in the cave. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. A shrill howling comes from inside the cave and all but deafens you. Instinctively, you jerk your head out again, away from the danger. The noise sounded as though it came from a hound of some sort. You spring to your feet and draw out your weapon, ready to face whatever is inside. But nothing emerges from the cave. When your courage has returned, you must make a decision. Will you enter the cave and face whatever is inside, or try the middle or the far one? We're going to enter the cave, because Mama didn't raise no bitch. 123. The beast inside must be taught a lesson. Its howling will not prevent you from resting in this cave. Do you wish to enter with weapon drawn, or will you cast a spell? I do not cast spells, so let's turn to 286. Here I go killing again. That's how this book always goes, it seems. Every time you're like, oh, I'll force my way in, maybe I can talk to them. There is no talking to them. You just start killing. As you enter the cave, the howling starts. Oh my God, look at that thing. Ugh. You know what it looks like? It looks like, hold on. Let me find it. It reminds me of this. in a weird way. Except this thing has like more human feet to it and a mouth. But it reminds me of Karibo from Yu-Gi-Oh! As you enter the cave, the howling starts again. It is horrendously loud. You give several thrusts into the blackness to warn whatever is inside that you are armed. You touch nothing. Pushing yourself right inside, you slash about with your weapon. It hits the side of the cave walls, but nothing else. Suddenly, the howling stops, and you feel something brush against your ankle. A scurrying noise catches your attention, and you watch as a small ball of fur, no bigger than a cabbage, races out of the cave on 2 short, stumpy legs. You breathe a sigh of relief and chuckle. It must have been a jib-jib. Although this has been your first sighting of such a creature, you have heard about them from the scholars of Analand. Possessing neither teeth nor claws, jib-jibs defend themselves with their tremendous voice, which deceive would-be attackers into thinking they are facing dangerous beast. You watch the harmless little creature scurrying into the undergrowth. But what of your intended home for the night? The cave itself seems to be ideal. Its narrow entrance will easily be defended, and though you are not able to stand up inside, there is room for you to be comfortable. You have not yet discovered how deep the cave is, but there is no sound coming from the back. Do you wish to eat a meal? Do you want to reassure yourself that there is nothing else in the back of the cave, or will you just settle down to sleep for the night? Let's go ahead and eat. If you don't eat, you end up taking like 3 stamina. So we're going to go to 99. Stamina is your health, by the way. If you have any food, you may now eat. Okay, so we have, if we look at our character sheet, we have 6 provisions. I feel this book blew my mind. This creature seems an apostle from Berserk. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Or what's that thing called? The thing with the big schnoz. Yeah, I'm talking about 5. And we are going to heal 2 stamina points. If you have already eaten, gain 1. If you do not have any food, you gain no stamina. Make the necessary adjustments to your adventure sheet and settle down to sleep for the night. Turn to 384. Okay, so we gain 2, it said. So that brings us to 34. All right, that takes us to 384. One thing about this book is I feel like it takes you back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Look at those things. Oh my God, titties. They had their titties out, dude. A storm breaks during the night, waking you several times. You're thankful for the shelter your cave affords. Rain pelts down and muddy puddles form in the cave entrance. But by morning, the rain has stopped and the sun is fighting its way through the low-hanging clouds. You rise early and prepare yourself for the day. Judging the distance as best you can, you should reach the fortress by the end of the day. If your stamina is below its initial value, you may add 2 for the rest. If you did not eat at all yesterday, you must deduct 3 as you are now hungry. If you wish, you may take with you some stone dust and 3 small pebbles, which you can pick up from the cave. Now you must leave your cave and set off on your journey. Okay, I'm going to do that, but my character sheet is really running out of space in the item area, even though I expanded it. So we're just going to write it down over here. Items, we have stone, dust, and pebbles. 3. Now you must leave your cave and set off on your journey. As you climb through the foothills of Low Zaman, you notice how few animals are about. Certainly animals would hide from you, but there are no signs of wildlife. Perhaps the terrain is too treacherous. The going is undoubtedly becoming harder, and by the late morning, you are climbing steeply. Ahead, the narrow trail splits to offer you 2 ways onward. To the right, the path continues to wind up the mountainside, while to the left, a narrow rope bridge spans a gully and joins another path. Both lead upwards in the direction you are heading. Which will you choose? Look at the serpent I mentioned before. What serpent? Oh, you're talking about the Ouroboros? The Horoboros. Are you talking about the thing from Ultraman? Is this what you're talking about? Because when I type it how you spelled it, this is what comes up. Unless you're talking about the Ouroboros, which is the snake eating its own tail, which everybody should know that one. Oop. This is the Ouroboros. Which one are you talking about? Okay, we are continuing. We are going to roll. Option 1 is 1 through 3. Option 2 is 4, 5, 6. And we got a 3. Wow. It flipped on us. We're going a lot of first option today. which ended up being to the right, which is funny because that's the way that it led us every other time. So I guess we're staying true to ourselves. We're going to the right over and over again. Let's turn to 339, which means that we are taking the rope bridge. You pick your way along the rocky path, which is now rising steeply, and at times you have to climb rather than walk along it. The journey is extremely tiring, and you must stop to rest several times along the trail. One thing is a little worrying. You seem to have picked up the hoof marks again, but this time they are fresh, recently trodden into the fresh mud after the storm. Mountain goats, perhaps? The Mampang fortress in the distance at first sight does not seem to be getting any closer, but you are definitely getting nearer. You round a narrow bend and stop dead in your tracks as a missile whizzes past you and bounces off a rock. Instinctively, you drop down to shelter by a boulder. What was that? In a moment, your question is answered. Standing above you are two tall creatures holding wooden spears at the ready. Long, shaggy hair falls from their heads down to their waist. Their torsos are human and female. From what you can see of their faces, they appear to be a bizarre hybrid of human and goat, with two stumpy horns protruding from their foreheads. Their lower bodies confirm this view. Their legs are goat-like and hoofed. The hoofprints. Each holds a wooden spear. Have you come across any of these creatures before? If so, turn to 378. If not, turn to 522. 522, okay. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for showing titties. I mean, it's a book from the 80s. It's going to have some titties. One of the creatures calls out to you. Step forward, puny human, she scoffs. Step forward where we can see you, you weak-bowed cur, and tell us who gave you permission to pass through the domain of the she-satyrs. Will you do as she asks? Will you draw your weapon and hurl some equally offensive insults back at them, or will you remain where you are and cast a spell? Let's do what she asks. If finally I get to talk to somebody that isn't going to murder me, hopefully. The one person that I talked to in fucking Kare ended up being a mass murderer who tried to poison and then eat me or something. Slowly, you rise from behind your rock, watching them carefully. You apologize for trespassing on their territory and tell them that you did not realize that they claimed this area of Low Zemin as theirs. As you speak, their expressions change and they look at one another in amazement. Your tongue is strange, human. Are you not of Kakabad? For never have we heard the language spoken in such a way. What will your answer be? Will you tell them that you are from Analand, away to the south? Or do you think it's best not to let them know? I have no reason not to tell them. Let's go to 5. I mean, what? The sorcerer already knows I'm here. He already knows I'm from Analand. What are they going to gain? You tell them a little of your journey, being very careful not to reveal its true purpose. They listen to you enthralled, for she-satyrs have a strong ambition to visit lands beyond their own. They talk continuously of their intended journeys far from home, but alas, their ambitions can never be fulfilled, as they may breathe only the rarefied air of the high mountains. To them, you are a source of wonder, and they quiz you endlessly about the places you have visited and the creatures you have met. They lay down their weapons, and the three of you talk for some time. Let me put you right in one respect, traveler. You are passing through our domain, it is true, but you are no longer in Low Zemin. This is High Zemin. This news is a shock to you. This must be nearer to the fortress than you think. You look towards it, but it is hidden for the present among the clouds. If this news is true, your journey would be almost done. Lost in contemplation, you suddenly realize that the she-satyrs are again throwing questions at you. The larger of the two stands. We would like to know more, everything of your journey. Please, do us the honor of coming with us to our village. Our sisters must hear of your adventures. You consider for a moment. You do not want to waste valuable time on idle chatter, but it is possible that the she-satyrs may be able to provide information about the fortress. Will you accept their invitation, or will you tell them that you need to make the Mampang fortress by nightfall, so you must continue on your journey? No, we're accepting. 545. This might end in a dead end where we die, but we're like captured forever. Or it might end up in us getting some satyr booty. We might, you know what I'm saying? We might share a little more than stories. And hopefully not with this guy. 545. I woke up so early this morning. I woke up at 9 a.m. this morning, which I know what you're thinking. That's not early at all. But I also went to bed at like after 3 a.m. Even though I laid down in my bed at 11 p.m., I laid there for like 4 hours. So I only got like 6 hours of sleep. The temptation to take a nap was so strong, but I knew that if I took a nap, I would never do the stream. I would never start streaming. So I had to just sit down and do it. After climbing for perhaps 20 minutes, the two she-satyrs pause to allow you to catch up with them. With their goat-like legs, they are much more nimble than you are, and they watch bemusedly as you arrive panting. One of them points forwards, and you can see your goal. A wide ledge on the side of the mountain is evidently the center of the village. Half a dozen other she-satyrs are watching from the entrances of several caves which tunnel into the rock. In the center of the rock face is the largest cave, toward which your guardians are taking you. As you approach the entrance, two she-satyrs, why do they gotta be she-satyrs, standing at their sentry posts, step forwards. But one of your own escorts, whom you have learned is called Shaharza, waves her away. This is a nomad, a world traveler who must see Shahori. What a name. She-satyrs all have sh at the beginning of their name. The guard allows you to pass, and you enter a large cave which is well lit with torches. A number of small caves lead off from the main opening, and from one of these an older-looking satyr steps out. Will you tell her all she wants to know about your journey in the world outside of Zaman? Tell her about Shihimbli, which you may only do so yourself if you know who Shihimbli is, or will you wait to see what she might ask of you? Let's see what she asks of me. I feel like that's the appropriate thing to do. Give her a little respect, let her talk first. Let's go to 29. I don't know their culture, though. That might actually be very rude. Maybe it's better in their culture to introduce yourself first. Look at that harpy. 29. Why have I been disturbed? Demands the she-satyr. Who is this? Ah, you have brought me a human for my amusement. The other two creatures protest, but she will not listen to them. Guards are called, and you are taken deeper into the cave to a large pit. The pit is wide, but not deep, and in the bottom is a large, hungry wolf. Let's see what amusement our human can provide for us, she laughs. And with a snap of her fingers, you are pushed into the pit. You must fight the wolf. Come on, bruh. Okay, so to get my minimum, it has to roll an 8. So here's what's going to happen. The way that combat works in this game, I have a skill of 13. The wolf has a skill of 7. If it rolls a 8 and gets a 15, and I roll a 2 and I get a 15, we basically like clash or miss each other. But whoever rolls the higher number, let's say it rolls a 6 or a 9 and I roll a 10, I beat it, and so I deal damage to it. And normally it's 2 points. So normally combat would be, since it has 7, this would be 4 rounds of combat if I hit it each round. However, because of an item I have, the weapon that I'm wielding, I deal 2 extra damage, meaning I deal 4 damage, so I can kill this thing in 2 hits. The way that we do combat is we roll 2d6s, which you can see right here next to me. I'm pretty sure I'm pointing to the correct direction. Let me see. Yeah, right here, with the 2d6 total. You roll for the enemy first and then yourself, probably to build suspense. And so we're going to roll. If it does not get at least an 8, a 9, then it cannot hit me. Because my minimum rolling 2d6s, is 2. So 13 plus 2 is 15. If it cannot roll at least a 16, then it cannot hit me. It rolled an 8, so I hit it. It rolled an 8. It dies. 2 hits, that's all. Easy, right? Combat has become, in book 1, combat was like okay, it hits me, I hit it. I hit it, it hits me. Over and over and over. And I was like, damn, combat's hard. As we found more items and got lucky, things became a lot easier. We defeated the wolf, so we will turn to 209. He likes to do that, I've noticed. We're going from 29 to 209. We went from 321 to 123. You know what I'm talking about? That seems to be how he keeps track a lot of the time. 209, here we come. A fine battle, declares Shahori, queen of the she-satyrs. As you are raised from the pit. Now, what is it you wanted this human to tell me? Will you tell her about your journey across Kakabad, turn to 371, or will you tell her about your encounter with Shihimbli, but only if you know who that is? We are going to do 371, because I have no idea who Shihimbli is. I assume that's who was in the cave if we had followed the hoof tracks at the beginning of the book. Holy hell. You begin your story at Kare and tell her how the guards took you captive. Your search for the 4 spell lines fascinates her, and the other she-satyrs sit and listen to your tales. For 2 hours, you keep them enthralled. They are horrified as you tell of your encounters with the 7 serpents and are sad at the death of Tek Kramen, the boatman of Lake Ilklala. As a character, he is infamous throughout Kakabad. When you finally tire of telling your stories, the she-satyrs are disappointed. We must not weary our friend, says Shahori. You explain that you have joined the meeting, but must be on your way toward the fortress. I cannot understand your wish to visit that place, Shahori continues. It is a lawless and dangerous keep. It is a wonder that even one so powerful as the Archmage can survive in Mompong. But it is said that he is well protected from the chaotic rabble surrounding him. 4 strong doorways close the way to the inner keep, the Throben doors. Okay. So, something we learned from the previous book was a Mompong secret. There are 4 guards at the entrance, and I think that this is a continuation of that. So they are called the Throben doors. And there are 4 of them. None but his most trusted servants may pass through them. If you are planning to visit the Archmage himself, you must be aware of the Throben doors, as they are deadly to those who know not of their existence. They appear as heavy double doors, but nothing of their aspect gives any clue to their real purpose. Okay. Heavy wooden doors. She has noticed that you are listening intently and is glad to have been able to give you some information of interest. As you stand to leave, she points to one of the other creatures, who rushes off and returns with a spear and a leather bag. Both are handed to you. This is a fine hardwood spear, announces Shahori, which I believe you will find helpful on your travels. It will be doubly so if you are able to find Coletus, the holy man, and persuade him to bless it. Okay, let's see if we can do that. So we're getting a wooden spear. Find Coletus to bless. I hope I find him. It's something I've noticed is that, like, we collect a lot of items. Like, we found this silver and gold mirror in Kare, and then we just never used it. And I ended up selling it for a bunch of other shit that we barely used any of. If you discover Coletus's whereabouts, you may summon him thus. She cups her hand to her mouth and makes a whistling sound. If at some point... Oh, okay, all right. So, to find Coletus, whistle. Whistle with cupped hands. If at some point in the future you think you know where the holy man is, repeat this sound by deducting 30. Deduct 30 from the number of the reference you are on and turning to its new reference. If Coletus is there, he will appear to you. Shahori continues, Coletus will persuade you not to try to reach the fortress, as he curses its evil. Tell him you are planning to destroy it, and he will agree to help. Also, in this bag are some things that may help you, but our possessions are few. We must ask that you exchange anything that you want for something of your own. Within the bag are several items which may be of use. If you are playing as a warrior, turn to 564. Okay, we're going to 564. Let's find out what's in the bag. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. There it is. There are a number of healing fruits within the bag. You may take up to 4 of these, and for each one, you must leave behind one of your items of equipment, not food or gold. Each healing fruit will work only once, but it will restore 4 stamina points if eaten. You may eat one at any time except in a battle. There is also a bottle with a stopper on it. If you want to exchange something for this item, turn to 503. If not, take what you want and bid for well. Okay, I don't really care for the fruit, so let's go to 503. The reason I don't care for the fruit is because we're playing on easy mode, and so healing items don't really matter to me. Your curiosity is aroused by the stoppered bottle. You ask what it is and begin to take out the stopper. Wait, no, cries Shiori. You must not release the spirit. You quickly put the bottle down. Do not be afraid, my friend, continues Shiori, for the spirit must always advise, and it is not unfriendly. Inside that bottle is a genie of a long-dead human traveler like yourself. It will not speak to us, as we are not of your race. But if you wish to take this bottle, I am sure that the spirit will offer you advice at the right time. As the spirit is no use to us, you may have it without payment. You may use this genie in the future at one time only, and this time will be marked in the text by 2 asterisks. If you come across these 2 asterisks, then deduct 80. Okay. All right. Genie star minus 80. Hopefully we find that too. That sounds like it's cool. Also, racist genie only talks to people of his own race. What's up with that? If you come across, deduct 80 from the reference you are on and turn to the new reference number. When you have made the necessary adjustments to your list and thanked the she-satyrs, you may leave the village by turning to 441. Damn, bro, I didn't even sleep with any of them. What the helly? The author is going to show me their titties and then not let me make some satyr babies? What's up with this? What am I doing? I thought that I was in fucking Mushoku Tensei. I thought that I was in an isekai. I thought that we were doing some interspecies reviewers type shit. The trail continues to climb upwards into the mountains. In the distance, the dark shape of the Mompong fortress is becoming larger by the hour. You will certainly reach its gates by nightfall. You come to a little sheltered alcove where you may rest and take provisions if you want to. If you have no provisions or do not wish to stop, turn to 539. I'm not going to stop. 539. I feel like there's no point in doing that. I think that the only reason they put that there was so that you could eat after the wolf combat. But I kind of killed everything really easily. What was it? 539. You follow the path. It takes you downhill for a short distance, then across a rocky plateau. It disappears around a corner and you follow it through a short tunnel in the rock. When you come out to the other side of the tunnel, you can see 2 ways onwards. The trail itself continues straight ahead. If you wish to follow it, turn to 59. To your left, another short trail leads down to a ledge. The ledge faces another similar ledge across a narrow crevasse. It is just too wide safely to jump across. But there is another way of crossing. A length of rope is hanging down across the ledge from the rock. Presumably, this is for foot travelers such as yourself to swing across. If you wish to investigate, turn to 323. We're obviously going to turn to 323. Like, why would I not? Oh, what is this? This is, wait, hold on. This is the first one. This is the very first cave. Will you call out to attract the attention of the creature? Hold on, I'm taking a detour. Hypothetical detour. What if we had talked to the satyr? You call out. There is no reaction. Again, you try. The response is the same. This person is totally deaf. There's something strange going on here. A hand reaches out to touch his shoulder, and as it does so, you jump. Turn to 62. Hold on, everybody. I'm taking a detour. We're seeing what would have happened. 62. The creature's flesh is cold. The body rocks in its seat and falls over backwards. The corpse is quite dead. And another surprise is in store. The body is not that of a man, but a female of some sort. Okay, but who is this? I can eat their fucking food? Okay. Let's go to 323. I don't know who that is, but I guess they died. That would have been an interesting adventure. You pull down on the rope. It seems to be strong enough to take your weight. You may either swing across or cast a spell. Okay, we're going to swing across. I'm probably going to have to test my luck here. Testing your luck is similar to combat, where you roll 2 dice, and either you succeed or you fail. If you fail, something bad happens. If you succeed, something good happens. 165. Securing your possessions, you grab the rope firmly and once more check that it is well fastened to the rock above. You take a few steps backward to get a good run at the crevasse. Swinging across the gully should be an easy matter. You run forward and leap onto from the ledge. Then it's all over in an instant. Even though you tested the rope thoroughly, it was not as safe as it appeared. The shortcut to the Mompong Fortress was a trap designed to catch unwanted intruders such as yourself. In midair, the rope began to stretch quickly so that when you arrived at the other side, you were not at a height to land on the ledge. Instead, you slammed into the rocky mountainside with such force that you immediately knocked yourself out. You fall deep into the crevice. Your fall deep into the crevice has killed you, but at least you were not conscious when your death came. Damn, we died. Okay. We go back to 539, I believe. Shit. This is how easy it is to die in these games. And imagine, not only do you die here, you also have to go all the way back to the beginning and redo all your stuff. So instead of doing that shit, I'm just going to go back to my quick save. If you wish to follow it, turn to 59. 59. The trail curls behind a large boulder and continues. You are a little concerned about the fact that it is now leading you round the side of the mountain, concealing the fortress. A crevasse is preventing you from heading on towards Mompong. You must find some way across it. A short while further on, you find what may be your answer, a wooden bridge spanning the 2 sides of the crevasse. Will you try crossing this bridge, or would you prefer to continue along the trail? Bro, if I'm going to die from swinging on a rope, I'm going to die from falling off a bridge too. We're going to 183. Why would I not? Why would I not? The wooden bridge appears to be quite strong. You are not one to trust appearances and will not risk this bridge without first testing it carefully. You put a foot on it, then your whole weight, holding tightly onto the rope handrail. As your weight is taken by the wooden linkage in the bridge, a strange sound seems to come from it. Ooh. The soft moans make you jump back on the ground. What was that? As soon as you step off the bridge, the noise ceases. Again, you try stepping onto it, and again the groaning sound comes. Why is this bridge moaning? Why is the bridge moaning when I touch it? Trying a few steps forward, towards the middle of the bridge, the sound is quite disturbing. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Although the moaning is somewhat unnerving, the bridge itself seems strong enough to take your weight. If you want to try crossing it, turn to 424. If you want to try another way, you may either return to the swing rope or try that, or follow the trail along a bit further and see whether there's another way across. Let's bring the bridge to climax and finish walking across it. I guess it likes being stepped on. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Or maybe it's a ghost trying to scare me back. You step onto the bridge. Again, the groaning sound follows your footsteps, but now you are used to it. The sound is quite amusing. In fact, the humor of the situation is a welcome relief to the anxiety you would be feeling if you were crossing the bridge and looking down into the chasm. But in the next second, you are looking down into the chasm and watching it come racing towards you, for the rope bridge of groans has disappeared completely. Not a trace of it remains, leaving you flying downward through the air to your death. You will never know the true secret of the groaning bridge. Your last memory will be the sound of the groaning, which has now turned to a faint, mocking laughter way above you. What a bastard. Take me back to 183. See, it's shit like this, all right? It's shit like this. Punishing. Find another way across. 257. We just died 2 times in a row to some bullshit. Continuing around the side of the mountain, you walk for another 10 minutes or so. Your hopes sink as you see that the rock fall has covered the trail between 2 great boulders. The way ahead is blocked, but you may be able to climb over the rockfall, and if you do so, turn to 228. If, on the other hand, you would prefer to turn back, no. Okay, continue forward. 228. I've already died twice. Let's just go forward. 228. You scramble up the rock pile to view what lies ahead. On your way up, your foot slips. You twist your ankle and must lose 1 stamina point. Okay. Oh no, my ankle. It's broken. I need this to be smaller. 33. And I need this to be bigger. There we go. But on the other side of the rockfall is an even more welcome sight than you had hoped for. The landslip has occurred to a point where the crevasse has become narrower, and the fallen rocks now form a sturdy bridge towards Mompong. You scramble across to the other side of the crevasse without incident. You are now in Mompong itself and are very close to your goal. 551. Okay, this is whack. I think like, how am I already there? I think the other half of the book is going to be inside Mompong. Like, that's got to be it, right? Because there's no way that we spend only the first, 30 minutes of this playthrough and we're already there, you know? Okay, 551. You follow the path back along the crevasse. But now you are on the fortress side. A rumbling noise stops you in your tracks, and you look around. There is nothing in front of you, nor anything behind, but your blood chills as you look up to your right. From somewhere on high, further up the mountain, stones are breaking loose. You are directly beneath an imminent landslide. You will have to decide quickly what to do. Will you rush on ahead and try to beat the landslide, or will you pluck up courage and leap across the crevasse to your left to return to the original trail? You may, if you wish, cast a spell, but if you do so, you will not have time to escape should your spell fail. Okay, we're just going to run forward to 368. We might get hurt here. You run as fast as you are able. Ahead is a large boulder, which should afford at least some shelter from the landslide. You race forward and squat down behind it, panting hard. Above you, the landslide is picking up momentum. Rocks are crashing around you, and several smaller ones bounce painfully off your head and back. A creaking noise raises the alarm, but you are too late to react to prevent fate from taking your life. The creaking you heard was the boulder rolling back toward the crevasse as the landslide beats it into motion. You manage to avoid being crushed to death as it rolls away from you, but this only leaves you exposed to the landslide. Your journey has ended here. Man, come on, man. Come on. I gotta go all the way back to 551. Okay, 400. We gotta jump all the way back across. You'd think that my luck would have been tested there. You swallow hard and race for the crevasse, taking a great leap off the edge toward the far side. Your jump was strong, but no human jump span could span the distance. Your fingers clutch at the sides of the rock as you plunge down, down to your death. You have failed your mission. What? I just died 4 times in a row? So this is the wrong way. I guess I gotta go back to 539 and see if there's... What the fucky? Are you kidding me? 539. You follow the path. If you wish to follow it, the trail itself continues straight ahead. If you wish to follow it, the ledge faces another on the narrow crevasse. It's too wide safely to jump across with a length of rope. What? Hi, Cal. Welcome. How far back do I need to go? Okay, let's go to 441 and see if that makes... Every path led to death? I've never had that happen. Okay, let's turn to 350 and eat instead. Oh my god, it's because I didn't stop to fucking eat? So all of this was trash. Literally saying, no, I'll eat later was the mistake. Every path led to death. I cannot believe. Sorry you took the wrong path 3 hours ago. Guess you're dead no matter what you do. No matter what you do. Oh, by the way, guys, I have a new emote. I added I have a new emote. Here you go. I don't know if it's very good, but I thought it was really cute. So I made it creature gray. I think I might change a little bit of it, but I think it looks pretty good. It doesn't read very good in chat, but if you know what it is. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to make his tongue white. That's what I need to do. Yes. I need to make the tongue white. Yes. Maybe the inside of the ears or like around. I think if I make the tongue white, that'll be pretty good. Anyway, that's a subscriber emote. I'm going to change it. But that's a new subscriber emote, not a 7TV emote. I thought that it was good enough to be a creature emote. You squat down in the alcove to eat your food. It is perched up on the side of the rock, and you can see part of the way ahead. The trail leads down across a rocky plateau, and then finally climbs another bare crag towards the fortress. Although you cannot see the gates of Mampang, you can see the tips of its spires hidden behind the crag. You are almost there. You look around your resting place. The remains of a fire in one area suggest that someone has been there before, and on the wall of the alcove is a message written in dye. You move over to see what it says. The language is your own, and the message appears to be a warning of some kind. A mystic symbol, a religious diamond with a cross in its center, heads the writing, which reads, I'm going to draw that symbol. It is a religious diamond. Okay, so like a diamond. So you can't see that shit. Never mind. Heed this warning. Oops, hold on. Heed this warning. Oh my God. I have to sneeze. I don't want to sneeze. Hold on. It's always something with me, isn't it? Heed this warning. Proceed no further towards the curse that is Mampang. Every step you take in its dangerous direction takes you one step nearer eternal damnation. For I, Coletus, have been there and back, and know the truth of its ways. If you do not turn back, you may find me at the groaning bridge. You must save your own soul before it is too late. Coletus. Oh my God, Coletus is at the groaning bridge. How recent the message is, you cannot be sure, but its warning is certainly a little worrying. Nevertheless, you could not possibly give up your journey at this stage. You gather your things together and set off. Add 2 stamina points for the meal you have just eaten. Leave your resting place now by turning to 539. Okay, so now we're back on the path of 539, and we died at the groaning bridge, which was like 368. So let's go back to 368. We're going to skip forward in time. I didn't eat, so I'm not going to heal. 368. No. 424. Okay, 424 was 183. 183. Okay, here we go. So what we need to do for Coletus is to deduct 30. So we need to go to 153. You remember the message and call out to Coletus. What will this mysterious person be like? Will he be there at all? Is he even still alive? You call his name again. A few moments later, you hear footsteps on the rock. From over the edge of the chasm, a short distance further, a shape appears. An old, bald-headed man in a long, dirty brown robe walks towards you. Who is calling my name? He asks. At first, you remain quiet. It is fairly obvious who has been calling his name, but as he approaches, you notice that he is not heading towards you, but rather slightly to your left. The old man is blind. His eyes have been painted black, and you remember the tradition in Cristatanti. You call him over towards you, and he shifts direction quickly. Well, he snaps, who are you, and in which direction are you heading? And what do you want of a priest with the black eye curse? Will you ask him for information about the Mampang fortress? Would you like to call on his professional skills as a holy man, or will you ask him whether, as a holy man, he has the powers of healing? Interesting. Oh, I'm miserable. Maybe allergies are getting to me, but my nose is ridiculously itchy today. Okay, I do not need healing. I would like to do 103, but I think I'm going to do 283. So this is 153, and we're going to go to 283. And we are going to have him bless our spear, because I feel like that's going to be like a pivotal item. You have come all this way to look for a holy man? He asks. Then you have found one. Indeed, I am the only lawful priest in these parts for many days' journey. What can I do for you? He seems genuinely flattered that you have made such a journey to see him. Do you have a hardwood spear with you? If so, turn to 204. Yes. 204. You show him the hardwood spear and explain how you came across it. Ah, Shahori and her band. He smiles. An unruly lot, and prone to outbursts of violence. Have that, you can be sure. But it is not evil which rules their heart, though at times it is not far away. Pass me the spear. I will bless it as you wish. Coletus places the spear on the ground and lays his hand on his hands to bless it. From now on, this blessed spear will aid you in your battles against some of the creatures of Mampang. You thank Coletus, and then bring the conversation round to the fortress at Mampang. Okay, so my wooden spear, I have done Coletus. It is now plus blessed. We have a enchanted spear. Turn to 103. Okay, so we get both. We get the information and we get to enchant our spear. The fortress, he asks. Why? You are not intended to visit it. You are not intending to visit it, are you? For if you are, you will be cursed with eternal damnation. The evil in Mampang is like a living thing, which devours all those who cross its threshold. You have no business in there. Repent your sins now, and join with me in offering our worship to Throth, the one on high, the one true mistress of all beings, the goddess of the earth. Fight the dark demons of Mampang, and live in eternal truth now. Repent now. The old man is getting quite excited, and you really do not want to get into an argument with such a fanatic. You explain that you are intending to fight the evil within Mampang. That is the purpose of your mission, and that you will succeed or die in the attempt. Coletus listens and shakes his head. None but the gods can succeed in destroying the dark forces within Mampang, he says. When I was younger, like you, that was my own mission in life. But the cursed gods within Mampang dealt with me thus. He touches his eyes. But I can sense that your will is strong. Nothing I can say will dissuade you from your mission. So I will help you by revealing a sample of what you will face within the fortress. Here, watch me. He turns to face the groaning bridge and holds up his hands. Another bridge, looking much stronger than the first, appears next to it. The groaning bridge is not but an illusion, he explains. Had you crossed the illusory bridge, its spell would have been broken halfway across, and death would have been the reward for your courage. Imagine that happening. Who could that have happened to? Imagine. Couldn't have been me. If your cause is as you say, then I can offer you 3 treasures to help you on your mission. I have 2 potions which may aid you. The first will restore your strength, and the other has been blessed in the name of the gods. My last gift is a cloth skull cap, which may also aid you. Now go, and may the luck of Chila go with you. Chila? I thought that you worshipped Throth. Who is Chila? You thank the old man for his help. You would certainly have died had you tried the bridge without realizing its secret. He hands you his gifts. Okay. So we got a medicinal potion, a brass vial of holy water, brass vial of holy water, and the cloth skull cap. Is that what it said? Cloth skull cap. I wonder what that will do for me. It says that the 2 potions which may aid you. The first will restore your strength. Okay, so that's going to be like a plus to my stamina if I take a lot of damage. You thank the holy man for his help. You would certainly have died had you tried the bridge without realizing its secret. He hands you his gifts. You may increase your initial luck score by 1 point and restore your current luck to 8. If it's higher than 8 anyway, ignore this bonus. Now you may cross the real bridge to the other side of the crevasse. Okay, so that takes our luck up to 11. If I had defeated all the snakes, my luck would be like a nat 13 right now, which is crazy. Okay. Turn to 411. Dude, it turns out that I just didn't realize that the groaning bridge was the way forward. I'm sad that I died a bunch of times in a row, but I like that it was like you just missed something, you know? You just missed one thing. You were right there. You just missed one thing. The bridge is solid and barely responds to your weight as you cross over. You pick up the path, which leads south around the rim of the mountain. The fortress itself is set on the inside of a volcano-like peak. Inside the rim is a flat plateau, which forms an ideal base for the stronghold. Defense is made easy by the surrounding rock. There is only one pass through to the fortress. All you have to do is find it. You presume that the trail leads towards the path and follow it around. The sky is darkening now as the sun is setting. It has been a long, tiring day. Ahead, you see what you are looking for. The path widens and turns into the rock. You creep forwards cautiously. The pass is doubtless defended by guards. With each step, you can see a little further around into the inner plateau. When you stand directly in front of the pass, your jaw drops in awe. The Mompong Fortress. Spellbound by its presence, your eyes follow its lines. Gnarled spires twist upwards toward the sky as if in agonized prayers to the heavens. Sharp angles and jagged points protrude everywhere. Demonic gargoyles line the outside walls. The sight is enough to break the courage of many a brave soldier, and its effects on you is similar. Deduct 1 skill point until you are inside the fortress. You quickly snap out of your trance and plan your approach. There may be guards in the pass, but you cannot see any. That means until we get inside the fortress, we have a 14 to hit instead of a 15 to hit. Or I'm sorry, a 12 instead of a 13, but a minimum 14 instead of a minimum 15. But standing in the open as you are, anyone inside could certainly see you. Will you creep forward cautiously, looking out for guards, or will you run to get through the pass before you are spotted? I think it's better to run. The faster we run, the less chance there is. There's more chance of someone who is watching to see us, like, approaching because we're quick and they notice quick movements better. But if we're slow, that gives more time for someone who isn't looking to turn and look. Sorry, I stopped on the titties. I keep doing that, don't I? Somehow, naturally, I'm stopping on the titties. You dash forwards through the pass before any keen-eyed observer within the fortress can spot you. As you do so, you notice 2 guards slumped on the floor, asleep at their post. An empty wine flagon tells the story. They're drunk. Will you ignore them and run on through the pass? Or do you think it would be wiser to run them through with your sword just in case they would wake and spot you? Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. No witnesses. No witnesses. Test your luck. If you are lucky, you manage to kill both guards without either waking up. If you are unlucky, turn to 264. So I have a luck of 12 right now, meaning the way that testing your luck works, if you do not know, you roll 2 dice. If it is lower or equal to your luck score, you are lucky. If it is over your luck score, you are unlucky. It is the highest number 2 dice can roll is a 12. And since I have a 12, that means that no matter what, I will be lucky. However, the way that luck works in this game is I now deduct 1 from my luck score. So we are now at 11. Meaning that next time we test our luck, there is a 1 in 12 chance, right? Is that how that works? 1 in 12 chance that we will be unlucky. So it's still very, very, very likely. However, we are lucky at this time, automatically. So, 219 it is. I wonder if there's anything to loot on their bodies. The creatures are ugly, black-skinned chaotics of some kind. Still, man, every book I got to talk about this. Everything evil is black-skinned. You search through their belongings and find nothing particularly interesting. On the wall behind them is a long horn, which is presumably for them to sound the alarm. It is really too long for you to carry, but if you wish to take it, you may do so if you leave behind 3 items from your equipment list. Apart from that, you only find 2 gold pieces in their pockets and a meal's worth of provisions. You may either take the provisions with you or pause to eat them now. If you choose to eat them now, add 2 stamina. Okay, well, I didn't eat last time, so I might as well eat this time. And that brings me up to 35 stamina. And I'm not even going to add the number and then subtract the number because it doesn't matter. Do I want the horn? So I have a beginner sword, a chakram, a tinderbox, snake anti-venom, gale horn, unknown scroll. Okay, I have a lot of shit that I don't think I need. I don't think I need the green wig. I don't think I need the poison anymore. I don't think I need the essence of bark anymore because I didn't encounter those. So I have stone dust. Now I've got 2 stone dust. I have the crystal orb, but only 1 for some reason. I thought I was going to get more. The secrets of the backlands, I don't need that anymore. Brass pendulum, I might need that. I might need that. I might need the anti-venom. I don't know what the gale horn or this is. I keep forgetting I have the chakram, by the way. That's on me. Okay, so that's enough items. We're gonna go ahead and write down that we're gonna take the alarm horn. I don't know what it does, but I feel like it may be useful. See, the real reason I want it is because I don't want other people to be able to discover the bodies and sound the horn immediately. You get what I'm saying? So I'm thinking if I take it with me, that it will present me with an option later where it's like, oh, because you took the horn, backup isn't called. Who knows? Or taking it might have been completely useless. Anyway, either way, we are going to transfer to 342 now. $342. Safely inside. You consider your best plan. Also, I'm inside the fortress now, so I get +1. I'm back at 12 skill. I don't know why they minus my skill, especially since there was no combat. Maybe if I had done the slow and careful route, there would have been combat. Night is coming, and you are feeling tired. You'd better find a sheltered spot to bed down for the night and get some rest. You explore the inside rim of the mountain and find a suitable small cave, which appears to be empty. You may eat provisions here before you sleep. Then settle down to sleep. Your dreams that night are vivid and frightening. Perhaps this is the influence of Mampang. Several times you awaken in a cold sweat, and you toss and turn constantly. Are you still faithful to your goddess Libra? If so, turn to 439. If you have chosen or been forced to renounce your faith, turn to 10. I am still faithful. 439. I've only had to use her 1 time, though. Thankfully, one calming dream interrupts your nightmare. the reassuring face of Libra, your goddess, appears and speaks softly. My loyal devotee, the end of your arduous journey is in sight. The dangers you will face within the Mompong Fortress are many, but you have so far proven a worthy choice for this mission. I have watched your progress with interest and at times with fear for your life, but at each stage of the journey, you have been successful, and with little help from me. I bring you this final message. It may be the last help I can give you, for the netherworld deities which oversee Mompong are powerful enough to keep even me out of its stronghold. If you would know the truth, I am in some danger even as I speak. I cannot help you while you are inside the fortress. Because the netherworld gods protect Mompong, little is known of its secrets, but I will tell you this. A generation ago, another of my followers escaped from the fortress through a secret passage. He had discovered the password which would open its hidden door. I will whisper this to you. She speaks a word softly in your ear. If you wish to use this password at some time during your adventure, deduct 92 from the reference you are on at the time when you wish to use it, and return to this new reference. If you are using it correctly, the new reference will make sense and take you through the secret door. Did you spend last night in the cave with the hoof prints outside? If so, turn to 147. If you did not, turn to 113. Okay, so they used the same cave as the hoofprint cave as the inside Mompong cave. Okay, so number 3, secret exit, deduct 93, right? Where the fucking number at? Why can't I find it? 92 at the right time. Okay, turn to 113. 113. I wonder when that will be. Maybe there will be a situation where we're cornered and we have to do it. Similar to the bridge, where it's like, this is the only logical solution. The dawn has not quite broken when you rise to continue your journey. You have not yet formulated your plans for entering the fortress, but you are sure it will not be easy. Add 2 stamina for last night's rest. Oh god, why is it white? What the fucky? What? Why would it suddenly be... What? What is happening here? Why is it suddenly white? How do I flip these? Oh, I can't. I see. Why is it suddenly white? Why did that happen? Okay, anyway. You pack your things and set off for the gate. The huge wooden gate towers above you as you approach. You are apprehensive about being spotted, but until the sun rises, this would be highly unlikely. The silhouetted outline of the fortress against the early morning sky is a haunting image, and you cannot help but feel puny and helpless in comparison with its size. You step up to a small door set into the gate. Will you knock on the door, knowing this will attract the guards, or you may cast a spell? Well, for some reason, Doofus here can only knock. What the fuck? Who knocks? Who knocks on the evil fortress? Go up to Ganon's door. Go up to Bowser's door. Hello? Hello, Bowser. 304. Speaking of, I have heard that the Super Mario Galaxy movie is quite terrible. I actually enjoyed the Mario movie for what it was. It felt like a Mario movie. But I tried watching the Super Mario Galaxy movie, and I only got like 10 minutes in before I was like, this is too loud. It's so loud and flashy. Because it opens with, if you don't know anything about Mario Galaxy, there's a character named Rosalina in it, and she's like the princess of the stars or something like that. It opens with Rosalina, and it's very loud. It's very like, you know what I mean? And I kind of was like, I can't pay attention to this right now. So I intend to watch it, but everything I see online is like, this movie kind of sucks. And it has like a 6 out of 10. I don't know if I want to watch it. 304. You consider how you may be able to gain entrance to the fortress. There are a number of bushes scattered around which you could hide behind if the guard could be enticed out. There is also another possible plan. Above the small door is a thick metal band on the gate. You decide quickly. You will rap on the door and perch up on the metal band. When the guard comes out, you will drop down and nip through the door. It could work. You try out the perch. It will take some strength to support yourself while waiting for the guard, but you may be able to do it. You position yourself and then thump on the door with your foot. Seconds later, the door opens. A spiked helmet pokes out below you, and a dark, hairy face grunts. The guard is surprised to find that no one is about. He opens the door wider and steps outside. Should you drop on him and attack? No, this is probably not a good idea, as the guard looks to be a powerful creature. I could probably beat it, let's be real here. The wind rustles one of the bushes and the guard goes over to investigate. He growls something loudly and looks around, but he hasn't seen you yet. Will you drop from your perch and nip inside the door, or will you wait and see what the guard does? Let's go ahead and jump inside. 88. I kind of want to fight and kill him, but I don't know. You drop on the ground as quietly as possible and turn to step inside the door. Ah! You jump with fright as you find yourself face to face with a guard in heavy armor. The guard is as surprised as you are, and he bellows loudly. From outside and within, 4 guards come to surround you, and you now must face all of them. If you attack them, turn to 40. Let's fucking fight. Let's kill all of them. Fuck them. Fuck them. They only have a 6 and a 7? Come on, bro. 6, 7, 6, 7, 8? That's easy. In the narrow confines of the doorway, the guards will attack you 2 at a time. The first pair moves into fight. 2 at a time. I'm going to take all 4 of them on at once. You may choose which guard to attack each attack round. Fight your chosen opponent as normal, but also roll for the attack strength of the other guard. If his attack is higher than yours, he will inflict a normal wound on you. If his attack is lower, he is missed, but you will not wound him, as you have chosen to attack his companion. As soon as one of the guards dies, a guard from another pair will move up to take his place. If you defeat the guard, turn to 129. I am definitely going to defeat these guards. This is going to be astonishingly easy. So since they have a 7 and a 6, that means that the 7 needs to roll a minimum of an 8 to even compete with me. They need to roll a 9 to even be able to hit me. And the other one needs to roll a 10 to even be able to hit me. Let's see if they can even do it. 9. So I now have to roll. If I roll anything greater than a 3, I'm fine. Okay, so he takes 1 damage. So he's down to 3. Sorry, he takes 1 hit. So he loses 4. He takes 4 damage, loses 4 health, bringing him down to 3 total stamina. Let's attack the next one. He rolls a 7. So he can't even hit me. So I hit him. This one rolls a 5. Can't even hit me. He dies. This one rolls a 4. Can't even hit me. He dies. This one rolls a 7. We're down here on 3rd guard, 4th guard. 3rd guard rolls a 7, which brings him to 14, which means that he takes a hit. He's down to 4 HP. Then a 3. That's 3 HP on that guy. Oh, an 11. Okay, so he rolled an 18, meaning I need to roll a 5 or higher. And I roll an 11. So he dies. And the next guy rolls a 11, so he rolls a 19, so I need to roll a 6 or higher. Oh, he hits me. Okay, so he hits me for the first time. I take 2 damage. He then rolls a 10, putting him at 18. And I roll a 5, putting me at 18. So we miss each other. He rolls a 9, putting him at 17. I roll a 3, putting me at 16. I take 2 more damage. That's crazy. He rolls a 2. He dies. Okay, so he dealt 4 damage to me. What an animal. Putting him at 33. Not bad. Not bad, you crazy. Oh, Rinka's here. Hello, Rinka. 6 months and 6 more. Boo. What is that? Mistborn Cal Love. Wow, Cal, he's using your emotes. That's crazy. Can only lurk but hi. Well, thank you for resubscribing. Hi, Rinka. Welcome to the chat. Rinka, I've got something special for you that I want you to read in your next stream. But I'm going to save it. I'm going to have to, like, DM it to you or something. Because I need you to read it. It's very Rinka coded. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to read it. I've got it saved on my desktop. Don't feat me. If you defeat the guards, turn to 129. I have defeated the guards. I can't write. I can't draw 9. 129. Let's go. You quickly close the door and the gate behind you and step forwards. You are in a wide archway inside the main gate. The way ahead is blocked by another gate, almost as large as the main entrance. It is a large double door with a heavy brass handle and lock. To your left and right are 2 smaller doorways which may open into rooms in the main wall surrounding the fortress, which is several meters thick. Which way do you proceed? Will you try the door on your left, right, or the double doors? Okay, we're going to roll the dice. And we rolled a 12, meaning that we are going to take the double doors. Take me to 253. I'm gonna star 129 because I feel like if we die, this is where we're gonna have to come back to. Let's go to 253. As you approach the double doors, you keep your eyes peeled for any signs of activity. Through the doors, you can hear the early morning sounds of the inhabitants preparing for the day ahead, but there is no sound coming from the short passageway in which you stand. You grasp the great brass handle and turn it. The door is locked. Looking down the narrow slit between the doors, you can see that a heavy bolt holds them fastened. It looks as though you will need a key to open them, unless you can think of another way. Do you want to go back to the door on the right, the door on the left, in search of a key? Or do you have another plan? Okay, well, what do I have on me? Let's see. I have Scroll Horn Tinderbox. Ooh, what could I do here? Let's see what it presents to me. Let's turn back to 193 and see what it even presents to me. You may wish to cast a spell here. I don't have a spell. Oh, or I can turn to 31. Okay, let's turn to 31 and see what's up. You hold your chosen objects against the center of the double doors, just above the lock, and you wait for something to happen. Moments later, something does. Small pinholes appear in the wood around your hand, and instantly, before you can react, sharp needles spring out the door. You howl in pain as the needles pierce the flesh of your hand. Deduct 2 stamina points, plus the number you roll on 1 die. If you're still alive, turn to 63. Okay, it didn't even offer me anything. Basically, it could have been anything because it doesn't matter. Okay, well then let's deduct the points because I committed to this. What did it say? It said, hello? Oh, stupid. There we go. It said to deduct 2 plus the number on a 1-sided die, or 1d6. Oh, 1. Hell yeah. Okay, so 3. All right, we got lucky there. Best time to roll a 1 is when it's calculating damage. 182. Okay, so that was stupid. I should have known. Let's go to 182. A noise from the doorway makes you spin around quickly. What you see makes you leap frantically toward the door, but you're too late. The heavy portcullis has already dropped in the doorway, barring your escape. Of course, you think. The answer is now obvious. The room is no one's living quarters. It is a prison cell, and the heavy bars will not be budged either by your strength or magic. You are a prisoner of Mompong, and your journey is over. What? Are you kidding me? What am I, stupid? Why did I turn to 182? Oh, because I was looking at 28. Oh, I'm supposed to go to 63. I was like, what? Oh my God, I looked at the wrong one. You have survived the deadly defenses of the courtyard door, but not for long, for the needles are coated with a quick-acting poison. In a few minutes, you will begin to feel groggy. Then you will pass out. The poison is effective and there is no antidote. Your journey has ended here. Okay, so we died. So let's go back to 129 then. That was a waste of my time. I had a feeling that we would die. 129. Okay, so we went to 253. Now it's a 50-50 between door on the left and door on the right. And it looks like it's door on the right. Door on the right is 493. Okay, so this was all death. Let's go to 493. The timber door is a few centimeters ajar, and as you approach, you can hear gruff voices talking inside. Guards. As you creep closer, you hear a chair move as one of them stands up. You must decide quickly. Will you burst into the room to surprise whoever's inside? Stay and listen at the doorway. Hide by trying the doorway opposite, or quickly go for the large double doors. Okay, let's 330. Let's put a star here. 330. I don't think he's coming to the door. Let's see. You stand to one side of the door and listen, hoping that whoever has just stood up is not planning to leave the room. Varric has heard about the night watch, saying a rasping voice. The Samaritans of Shin, that's what he thinks. But me, I'm not so sure. Those damned Samaritans. This isn't their style. They don't need to worry about guards, not unless they're armed with arrows, that's for sure. But even so, it's worrying. There are dozens of those blasted birdmen around here. How do you know which you can trust? I'd kill them all if it was up to me. Anyway, I'm away to check the gate. I thought Hyungi was right. I heard a knock as well. Footsteps from the room head toward the door. Will you wait until they're close, or smash the door open into whoever is coming? Leap into the room to surprise them, or try to hide quickly? Let's fight them. How did they hear a knock as well if I killed all the guards? 446. You wait for the right moment. When the footsteps have stopped at the door, you heave yourself forward, slamming your shoulder into the door. The door flies open and stops abruptly as it smashes into the guard, who is about to open it. The guard howls in pain and falls to the ground. Inside the room are a table and 2 chairs, and rising quickly from one of the chairs is another guard, who grabs a weapon. You must fight the guards, but you have 2 advantages. Firstly, you have disabled one of the guards already. Deduct 3 points from the first guard's skill. Secondly, you have the element of surprise on your side. If, during the fight, your attack strengths are the same, you can treat this result as though you had inflicted a wound. If you are going to fight the guards, turn to 453. Let's do it. 453. Okay, so the first guard has a 3 in stamina, so he's going to die in 1 hit. The second guard has a 7 in skill. During the battle, both guards will attack you. Okay, it's the same as last time. So let's roll for guard number 1. He rolled a 5, meaning that he only gets a 13, so he dies. Second guard gets an 8. That brings them to 15, meaning that they hit my minimum, so they take a hit. They rolled a 8, bringing them to 15, as again. Wait. Did they roll a 5 just now? What was my history? Oh, no, they rolled an 8 and an 8. 2 8s in a row. God, I'm dumb. Okay, that means that they rolled the same thing, minimum. They die in 2 hits. Easy peasy. See you later, idiot. Okay. If you defeat both guards, you may search the room. Turn to 44. I'm killing everybody. This is a kill everyone run. Everyone here is evil. There's no redeeming people. Maybe some slaves or prisoners that I'll need to free. But all the guards, dead. They're going to die. The room is undecorated and dirty. The only furniture is a table and 2 chairs, and there is nothing particularly unusual about them. The table does, however, have a drawer in it. You open the drawer, and inside you find a single large key on a ring. Okay. Large key. You may take this with you and leave the room. The double doors at the end of the archway have a strong lock, and your hope is that this key will open the lock. Making sure that there is no close sounds on the far side of the doors, you try the key. It fits. The lock turns, and you are able to open the doorway wide enough to get through. Turn to 467. Okay, so the key is done. Why did it say you may take this with you? Like, maybe he intended for that to be two separate events, but turned it into one because it's easier that way. Like, it was simpler to write that way. We're going to 467 now. Look at that guy. Maybe we'll free him. 467. The scene inside the doors is encouraging. There is a large courtyard before you, and in the early morning light, groups of the fortress's inhabitants are coming to life. This is encouraging because you will probably be able to mingle with these groups and make your way inconspicuously. You close the door behind you and walk into the courtyard. Trying your best to act naturally, you advance toward the far side of the courtyard, where it seems that the entrance to the main keep will be. You are aware that you may well be the only human in the courtyard, and that this fact may arouse some suspicions, so you steer round to the right. One group, some distance ahead of you, starts to take an uncomfortable interest in your progress, making you feel a little uneasy. One of them points at you, and the others look in your direction. You cannot tell whether their intentions are malevolent or not. Will you ignore this and continue towards them? Will you instead take a route tending to the left and head towards a pillory? Or will you pass on the left side of the group, even though this is steering you towards another group of creatures? Hit them head on. Putting a star here. Let's go to 325. You walk determinedly across the courtyard. As you get closer to the group ahead, you recognize their shapes. Sightmasters. Their large eyes are a sure giveaway. But what are Sightmasters doing here? You remember the Sightmaster Sergeant's good wishes as you left the outpost settlement. These creatures with powers of ultra-vision are closely allied to the Analand crown. You're astonished to see them in a place such as this. Could they be spies sent to infiltrate Mompong? Or are they traitors aligned to the powers of darkness? They seem to have recognized your origins too, and no doubt you both are thinking along the same lines. You eye them suspiciously as you approach. One of them beckons you over. Will you approach as he wishes, or ignore them and continue walking? Let's approach. Okay, one moment. I gotta drink some water and adjust my chair. It's at times like these that I wish I were a VTuber. I could just drink my water and not worry about it. You know what I mean? All right, let's turn to 568. This is a very large book. Whoa, look at them. Oh my God. They beckon you over excitedly and you quicken your pace. There are 3 Sightmasters in the group and you feel curiously at ease with them. At home, Sightmasters are stationed along the borders of Analand, their tremendous powers of vision making them perfect garrison troops. But caution returns as you once more wonder why they are here in Mompong. One of the Sightmasters pulls you into the group. We recognize you as you came through the Throban door, he says. Don't you know that you are expected here, Analander? Since the return of the first serpent, the Archmage has been awaiting you. We can help disguise you. Here, put on this tunic. He offers you a heavy-looking coat, which is held together by thick ties. Will you accept his offer and put on the tunic? Does your caution forbid you to accept this help, or will you attack them quickly? Well, it looks like they're asking me to put on a straitjacket. Do you see that? Looks like a straitjacket to me. I think I'm going to turn to 131. Here, put on this straitjacket. Let's go to 131. Only a kid who doesn't know what a straitjacket is would fall for that. They try once more to persuade you to accept their advice and put on this tunic, but you will not be persuaded. One of them snaps angrily. We are wasting our time. Let us persuade this miserable human in our own way. The other nods and draws their sword. Turn to 90. We're just going to kill him in the middle of all these people? With swords drawn, the 3 sightmasters are ready for battle. Will you draw your own weapon or cast a spell? If you have a hardwood spear which has been blessed, you may try using it by turning to 313. Okay, let's turn to 313. I have the item. Let's go. I don't know what it's going to do, but let's go. 313. Maybe they're under persuasion. Maybe they're under a spell. Maybe that's why they're acting this way. You hold your spear with both hands and jab it at them and keep them at bay. You are not well practiced at spear techniques, but somehow you feel strangely confident. One of the sightmasters rushes at you and, as if it had a will of its own, your spear switches around to defend you against the charge. The sightmaster screams in agony as the point pierces its eye. It drops to the ground, clutching its face. The second sightmaster is enraged at seeing its companion so wounded and leaps forward with its sword. Again, your spear catches the sightmaster in mid-flight. This time, running it through the chest. The third creature turns to run. You fling your spear. It shifts direction in the air and catches the sightmaster in the back. You step forward to check the first sightmaster, but its screaming has now ceased. The 3 of them lie dead. Now, turn to 340. Okay, the spear is goated. I bet I could have made it through that fight just fine, but the spear made for entertainment. Your first concern is that the battle may have attracted the attention of the other creatures in the courtroom. You look around. Some interest has been aroused, but skirmishes such as this are commonplace in Mompong. The inhabitants of the courtyard resume their activities. You search through the pockets of the sightmasters and find their ill-gotten gains. 20 gold pieces, plus your own 3 if you handed them over. 20. I don't know why I'll need any gold anymore, but I guess we've got 25 now. One of them carries a backpack, and in it you find 2 pouches, one containing sand and the other containing a vial of glue. Okay. Sand and glue. The backpack also contains enough provisions for 3 meals. So that brings us up to 8 here. We're getting a lot of stuff, even though I feel like we're approaching the end of the game. A glint of green on one of the fingers reveals a ring of green metal. Most of these possessions have no doubt come from hoodwinked travelers. Turn to 135. Not bad. So I killed them in broad daylight and then looted their corpses and nothing bad happened to me. That's interesting. You are approaching the far side of the courtyard. 2 large wooden doors loom upwards, and to progress into the keep, you will have to pass through them. A few yards in front of the door, a peculiar-shaped metal post as tall as 2 men has been driven into a mound of earth. To the left is nothing. To the right, a smaller wooden door is set into the wall. Will you step up to the double doors and see whether you may be able to get through, or do you want to investigate the metal pole, or will you walk over to the door in the corner of the wall? Okay, an hour has passed. Goodbye. Ears. Actually, holy shit, what do you mean 2 hours ago? You did not do that 2 hours ago. No way. Did I wear those for 2 hours? Okay, I just realized that the Mompong secret, the first one we got a book ago, 4 guards at the entrance. We've completed that, and I forgot about it. Throbin doors, 4 of them, heavy wooden doors. Okay, so I got through the Throbin door. And the secret of the Throbin door was that it looks like a regular door, but it kills you, and it did kill me. The only thing we've got left is the secret exit, which we may need to use towards the end of the book. Who knows? Okay. Which one will I do? Do I want to step up to the double doors, investigate the metal pole, or walk over to the door in the corner of the wall? Let's go to the metal pole. 502. I feel like this may kill me, but maybe it won't. Maybe I'll get crucified again like I did in the last book. The pole is covered with ornate markings. All manner of faces and symbols are cast into it. Your eyes widen as you see at the base of the pole 2 swords and an axe. These may be useful weapons, but there is something strange about the way they are lying. Although arranged at the foot of the pole, they are leaning unnaturally, as if they were glued to it. Will you step forward to investigate the weapons? Will you ignore them and instead head for the wooden doors? Or will you cast a spell? 383. I don't really need a sword. I've got 2 on me. I've got my badass makes me kill everything sword, and then I've got my regular beginner sword. You quickly glance around to make sure no one is watching. No one is paying any attention to you. You step up to the mound and climb up to the base of the pole. Will you reach for the sword or axe? 331. The only thing I would want to use is the sword because I have Ragnar's blessing. As your hand touches the sword, you hear a faint humming in the air, and you feel an overwhelming force seize you. 451. I'm going to die. You fight against the force, but to no avail. You catapult forwards and slam into the metal pole. Lose 2 stamina points for your bruises. You quickly realize what is happening. The pole is a huge magnet with a lodestone core. Its effect has caught hold of all the metal objects you are carrying. You are free to move your arms and legs, but everything you have of metal is fixed firmly in place. Perhaps this pole is used by the guards to search unknown visitors, particularly those with magic powers who may be able to disguise their weapons. There is only one way you may escape this pole, and that is by abandoning everything you have which is made of metal. Nope. I'm not doing that. We're going back. We're going back. Take me back to 502. We're going back. Okay, so I'm not doing that shit. I'm not giving up all my metal stuff. I have so much metal stuff. Fuck that. The pole is covered in ornate markings. Will you ignore it and instead head for the wooden doors? Yes. 397. I'm doing that shit instead. I'm not going to lose all my stuff. That is not happening. 397. You continue and reach the wall of the courtyard, stopping in front of the 2 large double doors. Another creature is shuffling along the wall from the right-hand corner of the courtyard. It is a slow, bulky creature with a dark, rubbery skin. As it is the size of a bear, you decide to hold back to see what it will do at the gate before approaching. You watch it press its mouth close to the handle, then grasp and turn the handle. The right-hand door opens and it steps through. Now you must decide what to do. Will you copy the creature, pressing your mouth to the door? Will you leave the door and instead try following the right-hand wall into the corner of the courtyard? Or will you cast a spell? Let's copy it. 483. Without touching the door, you place your lips against the handle, as you saw the creature do before you. Nothing happens. You reach forwards and grasp the handle. You feel a tingle pass briefly through your body, but no other ill effects. You look at your hand. What are you doing this for? You step back and look around at the courtyard. Where are you? What are you doing here? Who are you? You puzzle over these strange thoughts, trying desperately to find the answers. But you will never solve these mysteries. For the Throben door you have just tried to enter has its own defense against intruders. Any unauthorized person trying to enter is subject to the same treatment. Your mind has been wiped blank. All knowledge of yourself and your mission has been erased for good. Your quest has ended. All right, take me back to 397. I kind of had a feeling that was a throw-in door because it looks like just a regular double door. So instead, we are going to go to 519. I'm kind of getting owned in this book, I'm not going to lie. It hasn't really been any puzzles. It's kind of just been fight and then die. And then fight and then die. Look, the schnoz. Look at that schnoz. It looks like the guy from Berserk. What do they call him? They call him schnoz. Here he is. Look at him. This was an entire page that Kentaro Miura drew, by the way. Look at this guy. And then look at that guy. This is him before, like, he discovers fucking crocodile, synthetic heroin, and this is him after synthetic heroin. It's true. This is your brain on drugs. And then they crack the egg. It's true. I was there. I was there when they cracked the egg. I was there when the drugs. Okay, we're going to 519. You follow the wall along to the corner of the courtyard. A small wooden door is set in the wall, and you open it carefully. Suddenly, the door swings wide open. A short, stocky creature stands in the doorway and demands to know your business. Well, he asks, what do you want here? Come to torment the mucolytics, I expect? Come on, then. Where's your courage? I won't bite. Through there on the left. Hurry up. You tell him you had no intention of tormenting the mucolytics. He raises an eyebrow. No? Then what in Throff's name do you want here? You can't be wanting to meet the spiny ones. What do you want? Inside a small Throff. Isn't that who the holy man was worshipping? Throff? Why would the holy... What was his name? Coletus. Why was Coletus worshipping Throff? And these guys are worshipping Throff. Interesting. Inside is a small room with 2 doorways. Will you tell him you want to pass through the door on the left, or will you demand that he stand aside to let you pass through the door on the right? Demand. 221. We're demanding. I don't want to torment the mucolytics. I want to talk to the spiny ones. The little creature stands aside and you open the door. It leads to a short passageway to a door at the far end. The door is locked. You wish to break down the door, turn to 53. If you would rather not go this way, you may turn back, tell the little creature you have taken the wrong door, and go through the other one. Let's break down the door. Why? I don't know, man. We just be doing shit, to be honest with you. If this were a D&D game, we would have had the guards called on us so quickly. Roll 2 dice. If the total rolled is less than or equal to your skill score. Okay, well, my skill score is a nat 12. So it is going to be less than or equal to. Turn to 112. It is impossible for it not to be. Turn to 112. You fly forwards, headlong into blackness. You land on a hard floor lined with straw and look around. It is pitch black and you can see nothing, but an ominous sound puts you on your guard. From one of the corners of the room, you can hear shuffling and scraping as though someone were dragging a bundle of twigs across the floor. Will you arm yourself or turn to 15? And turn to 15, or will you cast a spell? I guess I have to arm myself. You stand up in the room with your weapon ready. The shuffling sound is moving around toward the door, and your skin chills as a dark, bulky shape is silhouetted in the doorway. Whatever it is has blocked the door. The next sound is a pinging noise, like the twang of a bowstring, and the next sound is a scream, your own, for something has pierced your arm. You grasp hold of a shaft and draw it from your flesh. The shaft is not an arrow, as you first suspected, but a spine, like the spine of a great porcupine. Another ping is followed by another scream as another spine pierces your leg. The last ping comes from a more accurate shot. Its aim was true. This spine has passed through your throat. Your scream is more of a gurgle. Your mission has ended. Okay, I kind of thought that was going to happen when the guy was like, all right, go ahead, to your death. Didn't even fight me. I kind of had an idea that we were about to die. Okay, let's go back to, I guess 53? No, not 53. Okay, 519? His book is so long. Okay, we are going to turn to 18. 18. Everything here was trash. 18. All the way back to the beginning of the book. Is this more titties? No, these are goblins. It really does take you one side to the other, over and over again. Off you go then, he says, stepping aside to allow you into the room. You walk over to the left and open the door. There's a short passageway which ends at another door, and you open this one next. The room inside is a disgusting scene. Broken wood, weapons, bones, and glass are scattered around the floor, and thick slime lies everywhere. Slumped in one corner is what is that? Is that an elephant? Covered in, like, snot? Ew. Okay. Slumped in one corner is a bulky creature with blubbery skin. Its head is hideous, with a short trunk-like snout in the middle of its face. Your arrival has startled it, and it climbs slowly to its feet. 2 doors lead from the room, one directly opposite of the other in the wall to your left. The creature is now standing on its feet. It is the size of a bear, and it is holding one hand up to its ear as if trying to hear what you are saying. But so far, you have said nothing. Will you ignore it and rush toward one of the door, or will you pause and talk to it? Let's talk to it. They said torment, so maybe I can free it. Maybe if I free it, it will help me in some way. 480. What is that? You hold up your hand and offer a word of greeting. The creature strains hard, pushing its ear with its hand. It seems not to be able to hear you. You shout the same message and it stops. From its expression, you would assume that it has heard you, but this creature must either be very deaf or very stupid, for your greeting was almost a bellow. A sound comes from its throat. You cock your head to one side. That sounded like a sentence rather than an animal sound. The effect is immediate. If this creature is capable of speaking, you cannot help but sympathize with it being locked inside such a grotesque body. Again, the faint sound comes from its mouth, but it is still too faint for you to hear. It motions that it would like to whisper in your ear. Will you allow it to come closer to give you its message? Or will you warn it to keep a safe distance while you cross the room? Always trust. Always trust. 386. Always trust. If we die, we just go back. The creature slowly steps forward, holding up its hand as if to indicate that it means no harm. You stop it a few feet away and turn your ear towards it to hear what it has to say. It speaks. You can now make out the words of its message, but as it breathes, you catch a whiff of its breath. The smell is horrendous. You cough and choke. Its breath is like poison gas. In fact, the mucolytics breath is a form of poison gas, and you have just taken a lungful, a fatal dose. You crash to the ground, dead at the creature's feet. I thought so. That was kind of expected, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to understand how this book goes. In the first game, when things were like simple, you wanted to help people. You wanted to trust people. In the second book, it punishes you for trusting, with all the traps and the murderers and the poisons and the dead ends and all this stuff. Trying to talk to people, trying to get things out of them or help them was a death sentence. In the third book, there weren't really any people. It was kind of just like a fight for survival. And in the fourth book, this one, it's now punishing you. It's saying, like, are you really going to trust people here in the heart of darkness? Are you really going to trust people here? But I still want to trust them. I still want to see where it takes me. So instead of turning to 386, we're going to turn to 515. As you step forwards, the creature lumbers towards you. It is not impressed with your manners and swipes at you with a large blubbery arm. Draw your weapon and attack it, or will you cast a spell? 475. We're attacking. Resolve your fight with the creature. 8 and 9. If you manage to score 3 wounds on you during the battle, return to 576. If you defeat it before it can score 3 hits, turn to 443. Okay. So we're probably going to kill it. Let's see, though. It has to roll a minimum. It has an 8. It has to roll a minimum of a 7 to meet my minimum. It rolls an 8, so I have to roll a 3. Okay, I roll double 6s, so I hit it. It now has 5, so I have to kill it hit it 2 more times. It gets hit, and it gets hit. Okay, it dies. Rest in peace, idiot. I kill it. Turn to 443. Before continuing, you look through the debris littering the floor in the room. A rusty sword lies in one corner. If you have no weapon, you may take this with you, but it's not much of a weapon. When you use this sword, you will fight at 1 below your skill score. If you have a weapon, you may only take this sword if you will leave behind one of your possessions, not gold or provisions. A small string of bones fashioned into a bracelet. Oh, hold on. I'm about to sneeze. Okay. A small string of bones, fashioned into a bracelet, is hidden under a wooden plank, and you may also take with you 2 goblin teeth and 5 gold pieces, which you find on the floor. I just don't think gold is useful anymore. But that brings me up to 30 gold. Oh, come on. There we go. And then we also get goblin, these nuts, teeth, 2, bone bracelet. And what else did we get? Oh, that's all. Okay. Which way will you continue? Do you want to head through the door opposite the one you entered? Or will you try the door on the other wall? We're going to roll. Of course we're going to roll. And it is a 10, so we are going to try the door on the other side of the wall, 547. Let's see where that takes us. Probably death, to be honest with you. The door is locked. You decide to leave it and try the other one. Turn to 263. That was fucking stupid. Okay. Why even offer another door? Like, what's the point? Why even offer another door? Look at that. You leave the room and step out into the passageway behind the door. You wonder whether the commotion will have alerted the stocky little creature who let you in, but then you remember his words about tormenting the mucolytics. Perhaps this sort of thing is quite commonplace. From where you are, you can see 2 options. To your left is an empty room with no door. Empty, that is, except for a table and chair. It looks like a suitable place to rest and perhaps eat some provisions. But the raised portcullis above the doorway is a little worrying. Ahead is another door, above which is a sign, enter only those who will pay the price. Where will you go next? We're gonna go to the door. I want to find out what the price is. Is it like a pound of flesh? Is it my weight in blood? 428. You step up to the door. Your hand reaches for the handle, but before you can touch it, a gruff voice calls out from inside. Inside, but do not waste my time unless you carry gold. You step inside. The room is elegantly laid out with ornaments and drapes. Sitting behind a fine table is a large brown-skinned man wearing a turban perched on top of large bulbous ears. He is very fat. Oh, he laughs. And what have we here? Not much finery. Certainly not a merchant. Perhaps a fortune hunter. Do you hide wealth under those tawdry rags? Tawdry. The price to enter the room is 1 gold piece, and we like our payment in advance. Do we not, Hashi? He looks down and strokes a large black... Ooh, look at that animal. Wait, that's the animal that we saw, and I was like, oh, what's that? Literally a couple pages ago. Jaguar, which is sitting under the table. Will you throw him 1 gold piece as he wishes in exchange for the information? Will you ask him his name and what he's doing here? Or will you tell him he looks as though he could do with a hired sword to protect his possessions? Let's just give him the gold piece. 1 gold literally means nothing to me. Like, I do not care. 542. Okay, remove 1 gold. 29. Okay, there we go. Where were we? 542. And we are going to... The fat man's eyes light up as you open your pouch. You take out 1 gold piece and hand it to him. Thank you, my friend, thank you. Now, where were we? You begin to question him about the fortress, but he holds up his hand. Before we talk, perhaps a little tea? Do you want to drink the tea with him, or will you tell him you're not thirsty? I'll drink the tea with him. It's probably going to be poison. He's probably going to kill me, I'm not going to lie. I'm fully expecting this to kill me. Oh, it's a dead girl. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? 238. The fat man snaps his fingers, and from behind a curtain in the corner of the room emerges a slim, dark-skinned girl with flowing black hair. Her face is covered with a silky veil, and she carries a tray. On the tray are a silver teapot and 2 silver cups. A serving girl pours 2 cups and leaves the room. The fat man offers you one. You accept, and the 2 of you drink your tea. A little caution would have been wise here. Perhaps the clue was that this tea was ready for your arrival, for the tea you have just finished was drugged. The greedy miser wants your gold at any cost. After you have lost consciousness, you will be robbed, killed, and dumped outside the fortress. Your mission has ended. Okay, what the fuck? Like, come on, bruh. 238. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. You literally can't trust anybody. And that's like the lesson of this book. 542. I am not thirsty, asshole. 292. Thanks, motherfucker. I'll take your tea if you make it fresh right in front of me. Not thirsty? Then perhaps you would prefer a little nourishment. He claps his hand, and the curtains in the corner of the room rustle. A dark-skinned serving girl with long, flowing black hair steps into the room carrying a silver tray. On the tray is a bowl of hot soup, and she brings it over to you. The aroma of the soup reaches your nostrils, and your mouth waters. Its spicy smell is delicious. The soup tastes as it smells, and you slurp it down quickly. That's more like it, smiles the fat man. Now we shall have our little talk. You sit down and talk to him, but something is not quite right. Your head begins to spin. The soup has been drugged. Your host smiles again, for the miser wants only one thing from you, your gold. In a moment or two, you will lose consciousness. Then he will rob you, kill you, and dump your body outside the fortress. Your journey is over. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, all right, you piece of shit. Take me to 428. Apparently, we're just going to ask him questions instead of giving him any money. I'm still going to lose the dollar, though. That's my penance. That's my penance. 428. And we will ask him his name and what he is doing here. Sure. Let's put a star so I can come back and do 94 if I want to. 42. All the way back at the beginning of the book. All the way back. All the way back. I'm noticing that if the number jump is really high, it's a way forward. If the number jump is really small, it's a death. My name is Valinia. What the fuck? Valinia. He starts. First assistant to the Lord Treasurer of Mompong. I collect taxes and I collect gold, but may I now have my gold piece? He is becoming impatient. The jaguar growls under his table. Will you give him the gold piece he is asking for, or continue to refuse? Continue to refuse. I'm going to kill this fucking guy. I'm going to fucking murder him and his cat. And the girl, too. I'm killing them all. Fuck them. Fuck them. They poisoned me twice. I said yes to the tea and they killed me. I said no to the tea and they killed me anyway. You may have a bargain in mind that if he helps you into the inner keep, you will be willing to give him his gold piece. If you wish to do this, you will find that he is a bargaining man, and you will strike a deal. You may offer him 1, 2, or 3 gold pieces. Choose your final offer and roll 1 die. If you offer him 1 gold piece, you must roll a 5 or 6 for him to accept. If you offer 2 gold pieces, roll a 3 to 6, means he accepts. Let's do 2. I fucked up, and I rolled 2 dice. We rolled a 1. Okay. I'm willing to pay 2 more gold pieces to try again. Oh my God. Let's imagine that I paid 3. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's imagine that I paid 3. So that brings us down to 26. Who cares? Who cares? Move on with the story. Okay, so we succeed. If he accepts, turn to 20. If he does not accept, or you do not have gold to offer, or you do not wish to offer him any gold, turn to 160. I kind of wanted to turn to 160 just to kill the fucking cat. All right, let's go to 20. But he'll get me in. He'll get me in. Hacker noises, I'm in. You give him the gold, as you promised, and he fingers it greedily. Very well. Since you have kept your side of the bargain, I will now keep mine. Step up to the large double-throben doors toward the inner keep and whisper, Alara ala malatana. Alara ala rala malatana. Ala rala malatana. The handle will turn. Make any mistake with this password and your mind will be lost. You thank him for his advice and leave the room. Turn to 141. Ala mala, ala rala, malatana. Sounds like something Schnitzel would say from Chowder. Rada rada, ala rala, malatana. 141. You pass along the hallway and through the mucolytics room. At the end of the next passageway, you hear voices in the room beyond. You open the door. There you are. I told you. The Analander. And when you capture the dog, remember to tell our master that it was I, Rid the gnome, who gave you this information. You curse. The little gnome has summoned guards to capture you. In his room are at least a dozen armed guards, and they rush towards you. Do you have a blessed hardwood spear with you? If so, turn to 17. I fucking do, baby. And it's gonna motherfucking destroy these people. Your magic and your weapon will do you no good against such numbers, so. As a last resort, you decide to try the hardwood spear. As you thrust it out, the guards gasp. You touch one of them with its tip. The guard slumps to the ground. This enrages one group, and 5 of them charge towards you. Using the spear as a bat, you fight all 5 guards. Eventually, all 5 fall to the ground, dead, but not before they have inflicted 4 stamina points of wounds on you. The others watching this holy magic are now decidedly nervous. Flushed with your newfound confidence, you advance to attack them. Minutes later, they all lie dead at your feet. The only one left is the little gnome, whimpering in the corner. You pause to think, should you spare his life or not? The poor little thing looks so wretched. But no, he offered you no mercy. Why should you spare him? You drive your spear through his throat. You may now leave the room and head for the double doors. Turn to 392. Okay, I'm not going to lie. It probably would have been more effective health-wise for me to just, like, fight them since I'm the goat. Since they're fighting unlimited blade works, fucking crawl upon the earth for some reason. But that was cool. I like that. I like using items that are like, I get them, they reward me, or I go on a little adventure and get an item, and that item is now useful. I think if I ever run a D&D game, that's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to be like, because you have this item, you get this. You step up to the large double doors. Will you try to open them with a key or a password? 498. Ala Rala Malatala. Ala Rala Malatala. Do you know the password? It is Ala Rala Malatana. 312. No, it's not. Yes, it's 312. Ala Rala Mala. I thought it was Ala Rala Malatala. Let's see if 312 is correct. I think 312 is wrong. Turn to 344. Yeah, okay, it wasn't. It was Ala Rala Malatala. All right, take me back to 498. I knew that shit was wrong. Ala Rala Mala. It's none of these. 379. Motherfucker's trying to trick me. You choose your password carefully and whisper it in the lock just below the handle. Will your choice be correct? You take a deep breath and prepare to try the handle. Turn to 344. Wasn't I just there? What? None of these are correct. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? $379. And then I went to 379, right? $344. Okay, that's wrong. So, what? Ala Rala Malatana. 312. That was wrong. Okay, let's try. Fuck it. Let's try. It's either 32 or it's 157, which I believe both of those are wrong. I must be wrong. Like, I must be. Let's go to 32 first. Or let's go to 157 because it's closer. If it says 344, we die. 344 is death. Okay, 32. 538. Okay. Again, The answer is that the number that is very far away, if you go from one side of the book to the other side of the book, you're most likely making advance. If you're doing a small increment, it's going to be death, like every time. That's weird. You breathe a sigh of relief as you step out of the darkness and into a brightly lit room. Oh, wait. Oops. You speak your password. With bated breath, you wait for something to happen. A tiny click sounds hopeful. You gather your courage and reach for the large handle. You turn it, the door opens. You have now managed to pass through 2 Throben doors as you enter the inner keep. Turn to 538. Okay, so there are 4 doors that we have to pass through. I understand now. I thought it was one entrance, but there were 4 different options, and we just got one of the options. That's what I thought was happening. 538. Again, stupid. Idiot. Slowly, the door opens. As soon as it is open wide enough, you step inside. Behind the door is a short path leading to the inner keep. It branches in 2 directions. To the left, it leads to a solid wooden door, which looks as if it must be the main entrance to the keep. But this door is guarded by birdmen. 2 birdmen by the door are talking to each other and laughing. They have not noticed you. A head appears at the door and beckons them inside. This could be your opportunity to nip inside if you are quick. But then anywhere you find birdmen cannot be safe. To the right. Oh man, so this guy's like anti-beaky, huh? He's been okay with the fucking furries, but comes to beakies and he's like, oh no, anywhere they are is unsafe. To the right, the path leads to a smaller door. Steam is spouting from a window by this door, and noises, clanging and voices are coming from inside. Perhaps this is the tradesman's entrance. Which way will you choose? Will you try the path to the left and risk the birdmen? Or will you investigate the other door in spite of the noises? I kind of want to do the 492. I have a feeling I may be able to get an item out of them. 492. You follow the narrow path up to the door and listen carefully. The noises from within sound something like a busy kitchen in which a meal is being prepared. Will you enter, or will you try the door on the left? Okay, let's go to 179. So it's not tradesmen, it's cooks. I wonder how many cooks are in the kitchen. I wonder if me joining will make it too many. Too many cooks. You open the door. As you rightly deduced, you have entered the kitchen. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Look at the face and titties and 4 fingers on that woman. Servant minions, small, nervous creatures with squeaky voices, are fussing around preparing food for the guards. The smell is not too pleasant. Today's menu is swine offal, which is intestines, cleaned out intestines, and lizard entrails. A larger creature, a hobgoblin of some sort, stands in the middle of the kitchen barking orders. As her minions rush past, she whacks them on the head with a sapling branch. No one has noticed you. Will you announce yourself, or will you try to creep through the kitchen unnoticed? Let's announce ourselves. 422. Why not, right? Why not? What's the worst that can happen? We die? That's happened to me like 15 times this book. You address the hobgoblin in an arrogant tone. Immediately, the commotion ceases as quickly as if a tap were turned off. The hobgoblin turns towards you and squints. Her sight is apparently not good. Who told you to stop working? She screams at the minions. You lazy ants, get back to work this instant. The guards must be fed. The minions cower in fear as she speaks, and work recommences. The hobgoblin steps over and screws her eyes up to get a good look at you. Well, you asked for the cook. What do you want? Will you ask her for something to eat, as you are hungry, or will you tell her that the guards will soon need to eat and then leave the kitchen? Why would I do that? Let's ask her for something to eat. Why would I tell her the guards need to eat? She obviously knows what time they eat. Like, what is that? What is it? What is that? Why would I do that? That's stupid. Maybe that's a way to escape the room. I've not seen you around these parts before, she says, but you must be one of the Archmage's officers. You're welcome to eat from my special store. I had just pickled some juicy dung beetles. How does that sound to you? The thought is not too appetizing, but you have taken the hobgoblin in. She thinks you are someone else. Maybe she will be willing just to let you continue without eating any of her nauseating delicacies. Turn to 137. Just eat it. She shuffles over to you and leads you into the food store. Help yourself, she offers. All this is good for stamina. All the troops are given some of my special recipes for added strength. You try to explain that she has mistaken you. You merely wish to have taken a shortcut into the keep, but she will have none of it and becomes angry. She finds your refusal offensive. Will you try her food to keep her happy? Will you reassert your wish to leave? I'm going to try the food. Just eat it, dude. Like, when in Rome, am I right? You select a jar labeled ant meatballs and pop a couple in your mouth. In spite of their name, they taste quite palatable. You turn to ask the hobgoblin how they're made, but she is giving orders to the minions and pays no attention to you. You begin to feel warm inside, and your muscles glow. These strange balls have a peculiar effect, which is most invigorating. You may restore your skill and stamina scores to their initial levels. Turn to 375. Well, that was useless. Waste of time, 375. I guess if you were kind of fucked up, it would be really useful. I bet if you knew this book in and out, you'd be like, oh my God, that fight was really hard. Now I have to go to the kitchen because the kitchen's going to revive me completely. You know what I mean? Like if you knew this book. The hobgoblin turns back towards you to see how you are doing. She spies the jar in your hand and shrieks, oh no, not that jar of all the choices to make. You explain that the ant meatballs are delicious and compliment her on her skills as a cook. No, you don't understand. Those are not ant meatballs. Look. The label on the jar is ripped and hangs half off. When she folds the torn pieces back into its proper position, the blood drains from your cheeks. You are eating a jar of mutant meatballs. Mutant meatballs are concocted originally by an apothecary from Throban aligned to the rebellious Prince of Bryce. Once discovering their effects, they designed a plan of conquest. These potent little balls taste delicious, but are quite deadly. They wreak horrible mutations on whoever tastes them. The Prince of Bryce planned to seize the throne, his troops manned by experimental mutants bred for their bizarre powers, and you have just eaten a handful of these meatballs. Slowly, you will begin to mutate. What will happen to you? The effects are never predictable. Usually harmful, sometimes fatal, and sometimes useful. Roll 2 die and consult the following table to see what happens to you. Oh my fucking God. Okay, 2 die. We might cheat here. We might cheat and just go for the favorable one. All right, we got a 5. Turn to 501. I might just write down all these numbers and go to all of them. Let's see what happens at 501. Let's see what happens at 501, and I might come back to 375. Oop, wrong way. And just cheat and see what we get. You wait for the mutation to take effect. You feel no physical change, but suddenly you wonder why you're waiting. Loss of memory is your mutation, and it is permanent. Although you may still be skillful with your weapons, you cannot remember any of your spells and may not use spells for the rest of your adventure. Consider yourself lucky that you can even remember what your purpose is at all. Eventually, you wander off through the back door of the kitchen. Okay, so 501 is actually exactly what we wanted, but let's go back to 375. We're gonna take a peruse of all of them. Okay, let's write down these numbers. So we have 562, 544, 524, 455, 433, 409, 105, 261, 184, 315. You got all that memorized? Everybody? That's my phone number. All right, 562. A complete reorganization of your internal organs. It is one which no one can survive. You die in agony. All right, 544. A thumping pain comes to your shoulder. To your horror, a protuberance starts to grow from your armpit. You wait for the pain to stop when the thing has stopped growing. When it does, you have a fully formed third arm underneath your sword arm. The pain causes you 2 stamina points of damage, but with this extra arm, you may now use 2 weapons instead of 1. From now on, you may fight as 2 persons. Eventually, you leave the kitchen to the back door. Turn to 450. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted. That's what I was hoping we would get. I was like, we're definitely going to have the option to grow another arm. 524. You wait apprehensively for the mutation to take effect. You begin to grow. Your wrists become pudgy and your chest swells. You're gaining vast expanses of fat around your body. When the mutation is complete, you have more than doubled your previous weight. You will no longer be able to move quickly or nimbly. You must subtract 2 skill and 3 stamina points, and your initial skill must be reduced permanently by 2. Eventually, you waddle out of the kitchen by a back door leading to the keep. That's terrible. All right, 455. Within moments, the meatballs take effect. Spines shoot out of your back, bursting through your tunic. Scales appear on your hands and face. You are turning into a reptilian. The thought horrifies you, and there is another side effect in which you are not yet aware. You have a permanent phobia of reptiles. If at any time later in your adventure you encounter a reptile of any kind, you will drop dead on sight. You must avoid reptiles at all costs. When you are ready, you may leave. Okay, that one sucks. Why didn't I get anything for the spines? 433. You wait for signs of mutation, but you feel nothing. You're one of the rare few who are immune to the effects of the mutant meatballs. Okay. 409. I like how it goes in descending order. That's very, very useful. The front of your face starts to ache. You raise your hand to feel what is going on and withdraw it immediately. Your nose is growing. It droops down from your face like a proboscis. This is not only an eyesore, but it will make breathing quite difficult. Reduce your initial stamina by 2 and deduct 2 from your current stamina while you are hampered by this trunk. When you are ready, you may leave. Okay. 105. Okay, no, we're going to 315. You await the effect of the meatballs anxiously. Suddenly, pain rocks your head. It rises in intensity until it causes you to cry out loud. Your head is splitting. You tear at your hair, but there's no escape. Perhaps if your skull had been larger, you could have made good use of the oversized brain growing within your head. But being constrained by your skull, the effect is deadly. Cutting off the blood supply to your brain, the pain causes you to black out. You never recover. 261. What is that? Oh, okay. Within moments, your face starts to change. Your skin turns jet black and hair sprouts all over your face and hands. When the change is completed, you could easily be mistaken for one of the guards. In view of this, you will not be recognized in the future. Whenever you come across an encounter in which you are recognized and described as the Analander, ignore the reference. Deduct 40 from this number and turn to its new reference. You will find a reference which is similar, but in which you are not recognized. Okay, it feels kind of stupid. Like, it's similar, like I'd still have to fight the guards. 184. Sudden pain shoots through your forehead. You feel around for signs of anything and notice a bump in the center growing larger and larger. Shortly, you have a sharp horn growing in the center of your forehead. The meatballs have had their effect. Although this horn isn't little unsightly, it will be useful in battle if you do not have a weapon to use. If you are disarmed and must fight without a weapon, you need only deduct 1 skill point as a penalty and ignore whatever skilled penalty you had previously incurred. Interesting. 105. I guess that's the one you want if, like, all my weapons got magnetized. The mutation you are waiting for slowly takes effect. Your right leg begins to ache, and before your eyes, it gradually changes shape. The foot shrinks, and a pointed stump appears at the end. It is turning into a tail. This now leaves you with only 1 leg in which to walk, although your new tail will help as a crutch. You may reduce your initial skill by 3 and reduce your current skill to this level if it is higher. When you are ready to leave, you may hop out of a back door. That sucks. Okay, so the one that we want is 544. We got the one that makes it so that we can't do magic anymore, which doesn't matter because we don't do magic, but I'd rather have 3 arms. So we now hit twice. We now fight as if there are 2 people on my team with my exact stats. So we hit twice, which is fucking sick, dude. Oh my god. Okay, so we now do 8 damage per turn. If they auto fail, we do 8 damage per turn. That we're basically unstoppable here. We're basically like a goddamn animal. We're gonna kill literally everything. 448. Literally everything. There's nothing that can compare with us. Like, I'm pretty sure we're just gonna breeze through the rest of this game. All we have to do is figure out how to get to the end. You leave the kitchen along the passageway, which no doubt leads toward the guards' mess hall. After several paces, you come to a sharp bend to the left. Around the bend, you can hear gruff voices and the chink of chainmail armor approaching you. What do? If these are guards approaching, you would be stupid to leap around the corner and face them. Then you lean back against the wall into a small alcove, thinking fast. As fate would have it, you have unwittingly discovered an escape route in this alcove, for the wall behind you gives a little as you lean into it. This is the secret door set into the wall. You have no other choice but to nip quickly through it. In the nick of time, you close it behind you as the approaching footsteps round the corner. The passageway behind the door is dark and damp. Sorry, my cat sneezed and it scared me. It descends probably to below floor level and continues straight onwards. Most probably, other secret passages lead into and off this corridor, but in the dark you are satisfied simply to follow it to the end. Eventually, it climbs back up to the floor level and ends at a latched door. You undo the latch and step out. Turn to 236. Hold on, what did I find about secret exit? Deduct 92 at the right time. Okay, so what happens if I deduct 92, which, forgive me, I'm just going to do math. I believe was it 54? Let's find out. 448 minus 92. It's 356. 356. Did I do that right? Did I subtract 92? 448 minus 92 is 356. Okay, let's go to 356 and see what happens. I wonder if this is the right time. Tell me your strongest spell, says the Mini-Mite. Okay, nope. 448. That apparently was not the right time. 236. You open the door and step out into an arched cloister. The cloister runs round a sort of yard. You follow it round, turning the first corner and looking for a suitable way onwards. At the midpoint of the second wall, a passageway leads out from this courtyard back into the main building. Doors lead off both sides of this passageway, and at the far end there is another door. Toward the end of the passage, on the right-hand side, a sign swings in the gentle breeze. It reads, Nylock, Merchant, Open. Before that, another door reads, Inner Sanctum. If you wish to try the earlier right-hand door, turn to 140. If you wish to see what the merchant has for sale, turn to 91. If you wish to continue down the passage and leave through the door at the end, turn to 310. We are going to the merchant because I have a lot of money. The door to the room is already open, and you step inside. As you would expect, the walls are ribbed with shelves, on which hundreds of trinkets, artifacts, knickknacks, and treasures are displayed. A plump, yellow-skinned merchant sits behind a wall on one corner and eyes you suspiciously. He seems to be undefended, and you cannot see how he prevents his customers from stealing his wares. Do you have any money? If so, you may purchase some of his merchandise. Otherwise, you may attempt to steal something. If you want to do this, you must test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 116. If you're unlucky, turn to 267. If you don't want to steal and you don't have any gold, leave the room and try the door at the end of the passageway. Okay, we're going to 494 because we have money, and I have no reason to steal. A number of the merchant's wares are interesting. You browse through his shelves and ask him about several items that take your fancy. He recommends a rusty cutlass, which he claims is an enchanted weapon, and a bargain at 3 gold pieces. He also has a set of 2 candles bound together. According to the merchant, these will light to order. One is a red blood candle made from dried blood of a firefox, while the other is an ordinary wax candle. These will cost you 2 gold pieces. He has a number of spell artifacts, some of the ones you might require for spells, but these are expensive at 5 gold pieces each. A bird's nest has a single golden egg inside. This will cost you 2 gold pieces. And a pouch hanging from one of the uppermost shelves contains ancient silver pieces. These will cost you 4 gold, but he will not part with the pouch, which is not for sale. If you wish to buy any of these, decide what you want, pay the price in gold pieces, and turn to the reference below. Hold on. I think I made a mistake. Either where I live now is so dry that the dryness is killing me, or I'm allergic to like a tree around the area or something, or my cat has been having allergies. And I've noticed that when he's under my bed, he sneezes a lot more. And so I'm wondering if my bed is releasing a lot of like powder because it's one of those like IKEA foam mattresses. I wonder if it's like a piece of shit and it's foam like turning to dust, and that's what's making both him and I very sniffly and sneezy. I wonder if that's what it is. Because I've noticed like when I'm laying on one side and I flip over to the other side, you like recompress your mattress, right? And he will sneeze like immediately after I do that. And I'll hear him under my bed going like, ch, 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 right? And so I wonder if he's allergic to my bed. And I'm wondering if I'm allergic to my bed. I don't know. Okay, so I am interested in the candles. The candles are at 303. And I am interested in the silver pieces at 208 and the gold egg at 108. Let's go find out what those items are. First, we're going to go to 303 because it's closest. As he told you, the two candles are self-lighting. The blood candle will last longer than the normal one. Okay, cool. I like that. I'm going to write that down. 2 self-lighting candles. 1 blood, 1 normal. I'll buy that. I don't remember how much it was, but I'll go back to the page and find out. Let's go to 208 now. Silver pieces are worth more than the gold you paid for them, but they will prove to be more trouble than they are worth. The pouch that the merchant would not sell you is capable of magically generating more of these coins, so he's lost nothing. Outside of their pouch, the coins will burn through anything you put them in. You will not notice this until afterwards, when you have lost them. A short while after you have placed them in your backpack, you will have burnt a hole, and they have dropped out. You will also have lost 1 item from your backpack. Cross off the 3rd item on the equipment list, and the coins. Okay, what is my 3rd item? I'm not taking this shit, but let's find out. It is my beginner sword. I lose my beginner sword. Unfortunate. Well, hate to say it, but that's not my problem. That's not my problem. I don't care. I'm not taking that. Okay, so this one's trash. 208's trash. 108 now. The nest and golden egg are a mystery. Could they be useful if you come across birdmen? Does the egg have any value? Or are they both simply luxurious ornaments? Will you find out? Turn now to 473. Okay, I'm going to buy that. Gold egg plus nest. I will buy those 2 items, which takes me back to 494. Right, that's where it was, right? Yes, okay. So the 303 was the candles, and the candles were 2. And 108, the nest, was 2. So we spent 4 gold. $22. Wow, that looks awful. Oh well. Okay, so we bought something. Let's just switch to 303 because it's closer. And then it says turn to 473. So now we're going to 473. It seems like there's no getting away from buying something, but I wanted to spend the money. Did you buy any of the items for sale? If so, turn to the appropriate reference to find out what its properties are. If you have now investigated all of your purchases, leave the merchant and continue to the door at the end of the passageway. Turn to 310. Okay. I feel like this one was unnecessary. It could have just said turn to 310. The door opened opens into a passageway. To the right, the way leads onward, and the passage widens. Hi, Howard. Welcome. To the left. That emote needs to be changed. I need to make the tongue white. I definitely need to make the tongue white. Maybe, Howard, what do you think I should do to that emote to make it more readable? Or red? Maybe I could make it, yeah, okay. What else do you think I could do to make it more readable? Because I can do that. To the left, it reaches a dead end. You decide to turn right and follow the passage. Turn to 124. Why even put that the left reaches a dead end? Why not just say the passage goes to the right? What's the point? 124. Maybe narrative flair. Give a better impression of what's around you, maybe. The passage widens until you reach an open hallway, which is evidently a main thoroughfare. Several passages open out into this area, and the way onwards is a choice of 2 doors. Ahead are 2 heavy wooden double doors standing some 3 meters high. Your caution is aroused by the fact that these doors are slightly ajar. The other door is more ornate affair. A few yards to the left of the double doors, carvings are set in its wooden timbers. Do you wish to investigate the large double door, or will you instead try the smaller door? Okay, so the regular double doors are the thrombers, right? That's what they're called. Throbins, the Throbin doors. So I think that means I need to try the smaller door. Like I have to, because the other door is going to kill me. Let's go to 54. The carvings on the door itself are interesting, but gives you no useful information. Grasping the handle, you open the door. Inside, you find a bare room with a mechanical contraption of some sort standing alone in the center of the floor. It is made of brass and iron, with wheels, bands, and cogs linked together in a way that suggests some sort of machine designed to work metal. But it is still. If you wish to try to discover how it works, test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 460. If you're unlucky, turn to 514. If you don't want to waste your time, turn to 81. Okay, so my luck is an 11, meaning if I roll a 12, I get nothing. I rolled a 7, so I am lucky. I now deduct 1 from my score here, putting me at 10. Okay, so now we were lucky, so we go to 460. However, being lucky is not always what you want. Sometimes you want to be unlucky, because unlucky means, like, being lucky or unlucky isn't necessarily going to say good or bad. 460, not 406. Oops. You turn a few wheels and push a couple levers, but nothing seems to make any difference. Suddenly, it splutters. You repeat your action, and it splutters again, but this time something catches, and the machine springs to life. Wheels turn, plates move up and down, and steam rises from the top of the contraption. But you still cannot decide what it does. Finally, it dawns on you. This is a device for sharpening weapons and knives. It has a large grindstone rotating on the back. You may use it to sharpen your own weapons if you have any. Anything you sharpen with the machine will add a bonus of 1 point to your attack strength from now on. When you have done this, you can turn the machine off and concentrate on your mission. You don't seem to be able to get through this room. You'll need to return to the main hallway. Turn to 81. Oh my god. So now that means that this is a 14 because I have a sharpened sword now. So now I have instead of a 13 base stat, I have a 14 base stat, which is insane. That means that we have a nat 16 to hit, a minimum 16, which means since everything has like a skill of 7 to 9, it's hard for them to hit me. Bro, we're becoming a god. We have 3 arms. We're already a god. Turn to 81. Yeah, I ate a mutant meatball, and I grew a 3rd arm, and so I now hit twice. So I have a 16 minimum to hit. I deal double damage and I hit twice. So I deal 8 points of damage every hit now. Not crazy. I do have to roll twice, but who cares? You step back into the main hallway to decide a way onwards. Will you investigate the large double doors, or will you instead look for another way? I guess we'll investigate the doors. This is definitely a throwbin, though, so we're definitely going to die because I have no way forward. 256. You're naturally suspicious of such an important-looking door being open. It looks safe enough, but are you walking into a trap? You pick up a length of wood lying on the hallway and touch the door. Nothing happens. You shove the door open a little bit further, and then you realize the trap. A roaring flame and blast of heat flare up from behind the door, causing you to shield your face. The door opens directly into a burning inferno. Your heart sinks. There seems to be no other way through here. Do you want to let the door close and try the ornate door, perhaps to return here later, or will you risk an all-or-nothing run? Okay. All-or-nothing run. Let's go. 541. You use the sapling once more to shove the door wide open. The roaring swells and the heat blasts your face. With stolid determination, you leap through the door. Your leap is noble, but foolish. You land in the center of the inferno, screaming wildly as your clothes, then your hair, catch fire, and your blood boils. Your death is mercifully quick. Okay, let's go back to 81. I knew that was going to happen. Like, it's a throw-in door. Okay, from 81 to 47. Look for another way. There is no other way onwards. Turn to 256. Oh, God. What the fuck? Okay. 336 then. Okay. 336. Look, Howard. Howard, look. Howard, look. Howard, look. Titties. Whoa. Okay, 336. The room is exactly as you left it. The mechanical contraption motionless in the center of the room. You have no other choice but to take your chances with the burning inferno. Turn to 541. So I'm at a dead end. Wait, are you kidding me? What the fuck do you mean? What? What? So how do I get out of here? Okay. So 81 leads me to 256. 256 to 47. 47, no way out. Go to 336. 336, no way out. Go to 541. 541 is death. So there is no way forward. So we have to go back to 460 then. Let's try 460. And then it says turn to 81. So you can't get this. You can't get this. There is no way forward from here. Am I missing something? What if I tried deducting 92 from a few of these? So let's try 256 minus 92. That's 164. Let's try 164. No. Okay, 541 minus 92. 449. Let's try 449. No. Okay. 336 minus 92. 244. No. Okay, so this is a dead end. So it seems like it's impossible to sharpen your weapon. You do not get to sharpen your weapon. Okay, let's go back to 54 and see what 54 had for me. This is frustrating. Now I literally don't know where to go. Okay, what happens if I'm unlucky? 514. 514 is a number I have not gone to. Please, man. Turn to 81. Okay, so no. So 54 is dead to me. Let's try 124. This doesn't make any sense, man. It funneled me to here. It literally didn't give me a choice. 124. Do you wish to investigate the large double doors or try the smaller door? And the large double doors is the Inferno, right? 41. It looks safe. 54 or 541. And both of those are death. Okay, so it's not going to be 124. Let's try 310. We're just working our way backwards, I guess. Because something like this is some bullshit. I'm not going to lie to you. It says there's no option forward, turn to 124. Okay, let's turn to 473 or 423. My handwriting sucks. Turn to 310. So if you go to the merchant, if you buy something from the merchant, you are then funneled into a dead end, and there is no way forward. Are you kidding? What? What? So you can't shop at the merchant. You can't sharpen your weapon. Because if you go to the merchant, you are funneled into certain death in the Inferno. Is that what I'm getting here? Because all of the numbers lead to dying in the Inferno. All of them. There's nothing here that I can do anything with. Okay, so this is a waste of my time. Let's go back. Let's go to the bird people, I guess. Let's just backtrack and go back to the bird people. So we're at 473. Let's go to 494. Okay, 91. I think 91 may have been where I made my decision. Okay, no. 236. You follow around toward the end of the passage on the right side. It swings and reads Nylock. Merchant open. Before that, the other door reads Inner Sanctum. If you wish to turn to the earlier right-hand door, turn to 140. If you wish to see what the merchant has for sale, turn to 91. If you wish to continue down the package and leave through the door at the end, turn to 310. Okay, so 310 is a no. 310 is bad. 140. Did we go to 140? No. Okay, let's try 140. 310 is a waste of time. Let's go to 140. This is honestly some bullshit, I'm not going to lie. This is some like, what the fuck are you doing, Steve Jackson? The door is unlocked and you open it. It leads into a dark passageway. You are considering whether or not to enter when a noise from the courtyard behind you forces your decision. A sound of marching becomes louder and louder. It is not well-disciplined marching, but one thing is for certain, a fair number of guards are approaching. You step through the doorway and close the door behind you. It is dark inside, but within a few moments you are able to follow the passage. It leads more or less straight on, first winding to the left, then to the right. Eventually, you can see a door ahead of you. Turn to 357. 357. That shit with the Inferno pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like, you don't have the right information. Maybe I needed like something that protects me from fire or whatever. But I don't have anything like that. Yeah, I don't have anything like that. And it didn't give me any options. The only thing I had was deduct 80 for the genie. But why would but it didn't have the star. Oh my God, look at this thing right here. Ew, what the fuck? And they've got faces up here too. Oh, look at that little mouse. Okay, where was I? 357. The door opens to reveal dirty living quarters. An unmade bed is in the corner and a table and chair set against one wall. A plate and a metal mug stand on the table, along with a bowl. A wooden chest is under the table. This could be the home of one of the Archmage's servants. But then again, perhaps it is not. There are virtually no possessions in the room. Perhaps this means nothing, as most of the inhabitants of Mompong seem to own little anyway. Do you want to check the walls for secret passages? Turn to 28. Or will you pull the box from under the table and open it? Let's open the box. 248. The box is heavy, and you strain to tug it out from under the bed. The lid has rusted hinges and is difficult to open. To your dismay, you find it empty. However, while you're struggling with the box, your previous doubts about the purpose of the room is answered. Turn to 182. I'm caught robbing someone. That's good. Oh, look at that thing. 182. A noise from the doorway makes you spin round quickly. What you see makes you leap frantically toward the door, but you're too late. The heavy portcullis has already dropped in the doorway, barring your escape. Of course, you think. The answer is now obvious. This room is no one's living quarter. It is a prison cell, and the heavy bars will not be budged either by your strength or your magic. You are a prisoner of Mompong, and your journey is now over. Okay, we read that one earlier because I got the number wrong. So let's turn back to 357. 357 and turn to 28. 28. You feel around the wall for any signs of secret passages, but find none. You do, however, find the answer to your puzzlement over the purpose of this room. Okay, so what the fuck is happening here, Steve Jackson? What is happening here? I went from one direction into the shop. The shop led me to a dead end where I sharpened my weapon and then I immediately died in a fiery inferno, no matter what I did. I went the other way and I get locked in prison forever. What am I supposed to be doing here, Steve Jackson? What am I supposed to be doing here? Let's turn back to 448. There must be something I'm missing with the Blazing Inferno pathway. But what? What could I possibly be missing? What did I say I was going to turn to? 448. What is this? I just got to start over? I'm not starting over. I'm not doing that shit. Okay, this one says turn to 236. This is not right. Something's wrong here. Okay, it gives me 3 options. Go to 91, which is the way we went originally. And 91 is the merchant. Go to 140, which is the prison room. Or turn to 310, which is the way after the merchant, which leads to certain death. So we have to go all the way back. We have to go to 375. We have to go all the way back to before we ate from the person. This is crazy. This is crazy. Actually, let's go all the way to 3. Let's go back. You select a jar of ant meatballs. Okay, even before that, let's go to 422. Let's go to 26 because that's closer. No. Okay, let's go to 179. No. Okay, let's go to 492. In my mind, what we're doing here is we reached the dead end of the Inferno. We backtrack through the merchant. We backtrack through the kitchen, and we are now back at 492. You follow the narrow path and listen carefully. The noises from within sound something like a busy kitchen. Or will you try the door on the left? Let's try the door on the left. So all of this is trash. All of that was a waste of my time. I'm keeping all those benefits though. I'm gonna reap the rewards of my time, but not reap the rewards of progression. And let's turn to 565. Like, what the fuck? I didn't try subtracting 92 from the hidden door, though. The secret passage. Deduct 92 at the right time. Before we go to 565, let's try that. Let's go to 182. Was it 182? $182. Okay, what if I try it here? That's going to be 90. Minus 92 is 90. 90. No, that one's the Site Masters. Okay, so instead of 182, let's try 248. 248 minus 92. 156. Trying desperately not to panic, you stand motionless while the floor rises. As you wait and hope, you are suddenly aware that your teeth are chewing hard and painfully on your lower lip. No? Okay, this is wrong as well. So we're going to 565. I have no idea what happened here. I don't know how I got so stuck. Like, that feels like it's unintentional, or I wrote something down wrong, or something happened. Am I supposed to be adding 92? You creep up to the door, listening for any sounds which indicate the return of the birdman. You can hear voices, birdman voices, coming from somewhere inside, but the door seems safe enough. You open it and step through. Inside is a wide hallway which stretches into the keep. Doors, some of them open, line both walls. There is also a weapon stand on the side of the door where swords have been left. If you don't have a sword, you may take one from here. Your ears prick up at the sound of voices coming from further down the hallway. Someone is coming. You decide to hide quickly behind one of the doors leading from the hallway. Will you choose the nearest door or the door on the right? Okay. We're going to go to the nearest door, 161. God, please lead me forward. Guide my hand. Tell me where I'm supposed to go. My chair hurts. You step into the room just in time as 3 birdmen turn round a corner and head towards you. You breathe a sigh of relief and turn around to lean back on the door. As you do so, your heart stops. Out of necessity, you did not check the room before you entered. Now you can see where you are. There is an old Backlands expression, which is appropriate here, hiding from snatticats in a strangle bush. Rising to their feet and glaring at you over pointed beaks are 3 more birdmen. What are your why are they naked? What will your reaction be? Will you try to talk to them? Will you think desperately of a good excuse and leave as soon as possible? Or will you race out of the passage? Okay, let's do 9. Let's try talking to them. Let's see what happens. Man, when I get a job, the first thing I'm doing is taking my cat to the fucking vet and I'm getting him anti-allergy medicine. This motherfucker sneezes all the time. All the time. He's always like, huff, huff. And it's like all the time. It wakes me up at like 2 a.m. He's doing it all the time. And I think he's allergic to like the trees. I think he's allergic to the trees in my neighborhood because I leave my window open all the time. Or it's because it's really, really dry where I live. I don't know what the problem is, but I need to get him some medicine because it's like the last thing I got to take care of for him being like super duper annoying. You think quickly. Will you tell them you have to come to see whether they would like any food while they wait? Will you make out that you have traveled a great distance and ask them for news on the fortress affairs? Or will you try to be polite and ask how they and their families are doing? Let's do 166. I feel like that one feels like it has the most success. At least we're making some sort of progress here. Will they believe your story or not? Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 68. If you're unlucky, turn to 370. Okay, let's see. Roll the dice. On my character sheet, I have a 10, so we need to roll less than or equal to a 10. We rolled a 9. So our luck goes down to 9. Also, I don't like that he's like sick. You know what I mean? Okay, so we were lucky. And so that brings us to 68. Not 69. They look a little suspicious of you, but talk to you nevertheless. Old Nagamenta is sharpening his axe. Nagamenta is sharpening his axe, chirps one of the birdmen. For the Archmage has promised him new victims, but you know the old Cyclops. He won't be happy until he's torturing one an hour. The Archmage himself hasn't been seen for a time. Locked himself away in his tower, he has. Some say he's expecting visitors. Anyway, enough. You bid them good day. Leave the room. Turn to 479. Oh, it turns out that birdmen are actually like just normal fucking dudes, huh? Maybe the book shouldn't be so racist about the birdmen, huh? 479. Why are they naked if they're like fully civilized? You leave the room carefully, checking to make sure no one else is about. The way is clear. You creep quietly along the passageway until you reach a T-junction. To the left, the passage ends in a solid metal door. Over the door, almost as a trophy, is a rope tied in a noose. To the right, there are 2 doors to choose from. In the left-hand wall of the passage is a wooden door, while at the end of the passage is a half-open door with a bell pull hanging next to it. Will you turn left or try the door at the end? And try the door at the end, or will you turn right and try either of the door on the left or the door straight ahead? Okay, let's try 6, because as we know, if you go from one side of the book to the other, you're making progress. Let's go to 6. But I will put a star on 479 because this appears to be somewhere that we can return to if we reach another dead end. The heavy door is locked. Being solid metal, you do not fancy your chances of breaking it down. If you have a silver key, you may try it in the lock by turning to the reference corresponding to the number cast into the key. If the reference makes sense, the key fits. If not, it does not. Otherwise, you can knock on the door by turning to 178. I'm knocking on the door. I don't have a key. I don't think I have a key. Let's take a look. I deleted some stuff because I'm stupid, but I don't think those were keys for anything. And then on this. No. No, I don't have anything. What is the point of all this stuff? None of it matters. It's so hyper situational. 179. 178. It is. Your knock is heard by someone inside the room. A voice bids you come in, and the tumblers in the lock turn. You open the door and step inside, and as you do so, you fling yourself backwards instinctively. From above the door hangs a morning star, a vicious weapon consisting of a solid metal spiked ball hanging from a handle by a length of chain. If you open the door, it took the ball out. As you open the door, it took the ball outwards to swing back at your face. If you're lucky, turn to 190. If you're unlucky, turn to 64. Okay, this kind of sucks because I only have a 9. A 9 now? And I rolled a 7. Okay, so we are lucky. Good. This is not looking very good, though. Not going to lie. Every time we have to do this, we lose a little bit of luck, basically. So we were lucky, meaning that we turned to 190. Let's see if that is in our favor. Just in time, you manage to avoid the full impact of the morning star. It swings past your ear and catches you across the temple. Deduct 1 stamina point for the graze and enter the room. 251. I bet we're about to kill that Cyclops. That motherfucking Cyclops. I'm not going to lie. This one is kind of owning me. 251. What is this? What is that? Ugh. It is the Cyclops. The large room inside is a fearful sight. The walls are black and festooned with chains. What it lacks in furniture, it makes up for in traps, cages, racks, and innumerable other amusement amusements designed for the torture of hapless victims. In one corner of the room stands a brutally ugly ogre with a patch over one eye and a whip in his hand. As you step into the room, a smile curls across his face. "So," his voice booms at you, "the Analander, the Master of Serpents did not lie. We have been expecting you. You have saved us a great deal of trouble by coming here on your own accord. You would have wound up in this room anyway, but no doubt not of your own choosing." He laughs hard and deep and cracks his whip as if emphasizing his joke. What will your reaction be? Will you draw a weapon to fight him? Will you offer him a rich reward if he will help you? Or will you cast a spell? Let's see. Let's turn to 373 and see what reward I can offer him for a passage forward. Woe betide my soul. Oh, no, wrong one. How much are you willing to offer him for his help? 5 gold pieces, 10 gold pieces, or 13 gold pieces? Let's do 10. So let's turn to 531. Let's see, 10. Ooh, please, please, please. I'm not paying if it doesn't help me, by the way. 10 gold pieces, eh? Ogre is quite interested in your offer. And what is it you want to know for this reward? Will you start by complimenting him on his fine torture chamber and then ask him what he knows about the Throbin doors? Or will you ask him which torture he enjoyed the most and see if he knows where to find the Archmage? Let's see what 215 has to offer for me. Before I come back, maybe I have to do 143. He falls silent as you pay your respects. You have appealed to his sense of professional pride. No one has ever complimented me before like that, he sighs. What your business is here, I don't know. But those kind words deserve thanks. You wish to know about the Throbin doors? Well, I will tell you this. If you leave this room through the door to the left, you will eventually arrive at a Throbin door. This door is open, but when you open the door, you will seemingly step into a pit of hell fire. Ignore this, for it is not but an illusion, and will only burn those who believe in its existence. But you must plunge in at your first opportunity. Any hesitation or dawdling will destroy your belief in the flame as an illusion. Let nothing sidetrack you. This is all I will tell you. And tell not a soul that Nagamonte revealed its secrets to you. You thank him for his advice and leave the room. He seems to have forgotten all about asking you a question in return. If you follow his advice and find a large double door, then, when you step through it into the fire beyond, turn to 399 instead of the reference mission because you know it's secret. Continue now by turning to 230. Okay, so we made it. We did it. We finally did it. That took 10 gold. We're down to 12. Who cares? Who cares? We can always get more. And we have finally figured it out. Okay, so we're just going to turn straight to 399 because we've already done all the other stuff. 399. Let's find out what happens at 230 anyway, though. Okay, it just tells me to find a way. Let's turn to 399. Finally, God, finally. Holy shit, finally. We're finally making progress. And all it took was backtracking for 25 minutes. The flame licks your clothes and the heat begins to feel unbearable. But you have seen through its illusion. As you continue through the inferno, its effects die. The flames are cold. There's no heat. On the far side of the inferno is another door, which you walk comfortably up to. Turn to 150. Finally, 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 finally. All it took was 10 gold. 10 gold in an hour of my time. A sign over the door catches your attention. It reads, Chamber of Night. You pause for a moment before you try the door. What can the Chamber of Night hold in store? Night creatures? Sleeping gas? There is only one way you will find out. You turn the handle. The door opens to a room as black as coal. Not a beam of light comes from the room. Even the dull light from the area where you now stand cannot penetrate its blackness. Do you have a candle which you can use to light your way through this room? If so, turn to 13. I do. 13. Which candle will you use to light your way? The blood candle or an ordinary candle? Let's do the blood candle. Why not? 38. Why not? You take the candle from your pack and concentrate. Suddenly, a flame flickers and appears at the wick, just in time as the door behind you slams shut of its own accord. You are alone in the room, but your candle lights up some of the way. You gasp as you look at the floor. Sharp blades protrude through the wooden floorboards at irregular intervals. Your balance will have to be perfect as you pick your way through the deadly maze. Will you be able to keep your footing? Choose your next few steps by turning either to reference 288 or 367. Okay, we're going to do both. Let's find out. 288 first. So dumb. Oh my God. Imagine getting all the way here, and then it's a 50-50 shot. You have no information, and you just try one of them, and you fucking die because you just picked wrong on a 50-50. What was it? 288. You step carefully between the blades. The flickering candlelight makes it difficult for you to see the room clearly, but your next few steps are safe. To take a few more steps, choose to either turn to 440. Okay, I got to do this differently. No, it's okay. I can do this. 440 or 352. Okay, 440 or 352. So basically, from number one, I'm branching. So we did 288, 367. We chose 288, so I'm branching 440 to 352. So we're going to go to 440 because why not? It's a 50-50. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. Beads of sweat appear on your forehead. The going is difficult as the candlelit shadows sway across the room. But so far, you have not touched any of the blades. You take your next few steps. Choose between 484 and 223. 484, 223. Let's do 223 because we did left, left, right. Left, left. Now let's do right. There's no way it would be left, left, left. Come on. As a shadow flit backwards and forwards across the room, your balance sways. Your calf comes down alongside one of the blade, cutting your leg. Deduct 1 stamina and choose to either... It was left, left, left. Are you kidding me? Well, I'm going to 484. Fuck that. 484. I've been through enough suffering. We need to finish this. A slight disturbance in the air. Oh, you die here. No way. So it was left, left, right. You lose 1 HP no matter what. A slight disturbance in the air catches your candle. The room goes dark, then flickers as the candle struggles to keep alight. Your foot is halfway through a step when this occurs, and the difficult light makes it impossible to judge your footing. It comes down on one of the blades. You yell out loud and instinctively withdraw your foot, but as you do this, you lose your balance completely and come crashing down on top of the blades. You have taken your last step in this adventure, and as the candle falls upon your broken and bleeding body, it seems to glow more brightly than before, as if it were fueling itself on your misfortune. The blood candle earns its name not so much from its chief ingredient, but more from its lust for the lifeblood of its victims. That's fucked. So I chose the wrong candle, just from the get. All right, take me back to 223. I've lost 1 HP. Let's go to, 367 or 484. Okay, 484 is death, so let's go to 367. That means that this might end in death no matter what I do, because I just chose the wrong candle. 367. The room seems to shift in the candlelight, but this is a natural trick of the flickering light. You manage to keep your balance and step safely across the room. Take your next few steps. Turn either 440 or 223. Okay, have I been to 440? I have been to 440, so let's go to 223. I have been to 223. Wait, what? I've been to both of these. So it's leading me in a circle. So let's go to 352 instead. Your nervousness shows as you tiptoe carefully across the room. At one point, the candle flickers and your foot comes down alongside one of the blades. The sharp edge slits your calf, and you fight desperately to regain your balance. Deduct 1 stamina point from the wound and take your neck. The old loop-de-loop, bro, it's fucking with me. Turn to 223 or 44. Okay, so we fucked up. It's death no matter where we go, because choosing the blood candle was the problem. So we have to go all the way back to 38. So I knew it. No matter what we did there, it was going to be death. That's fucked up. Fuck you, Steve Jackson. No, not 38. 13. Dude, I cannot believe it. Ordinary candles, 72. Okay, let's go to 72. You take the candle from your pack and concentrate. Okay, so it's the same thing, 87 or 239. These are different numbers, though. Okay, let's do 87 because it's close. Okay, now it says 488, 341, 359. Wow, 3 to choose from. 488, 341, 359. Let's do 488 first. You inch your way across the room. 52 or 341. Okay, so 341 is a number that is above. So I think we should do 52 or 341. Let's do 52. Again, we're going all the way to the beginning of the book, which, as we know, means we're probably making advancement this way. That's how Steve Jackson is seeming to write this book. At last, your hand touches the wall ahead of you and feels the outline of the door. You grasp the handle and turn. Turn at 33. Nice. Nice, as we know. You breathe a sigh of relief as you step out of the darkness and into a brightly lit room. Your eyes smart in the light, and you're forced to close them momentarily to adjust. Hurried by relief, you step through the doorway, perhaps a little too quickly. Caution should have been your watchword. As you step into the bright room, hands grab your wrist. Guards! You've been captured. The 2 sentries march you proudly over toward 2 doors on the left-hand wall. Their gruff voices cannot conceal their excitement as they bundle you in through one of the doors to present you to their captain. Khartoum, captain of the guards, sits behind a wooden desk, which is covered in papers. You're surprised to find that he is no beastman, as are the other guards. He's a tall, slim, and his long hair falls down to his shoulders. Although he is human, he is not from Analand. Most probably, he is a renegade from the lands to the east of Kakabad. Will you face the captain to see what he has to say, or would you rather try to break for it before the door is closed behind you? Let's face him. 508. The detail on the wings here is very nice. I do like that. I like how scratchy it is. 508. It takes so long. The Analander, exclaims the captain in a high-pitched voice. You have done well. This capture will be reported to the master. The 2 guards shift their position and grunt proudly at each other. The captain stares deep into your eyes and sits down at his desk. But now, he says, we must question our prisoner. You look around the room while he studies you. Turn to the illustration opposite reference 375 for a view of the room. Okay, let's go to 375 real quick. I think I've already seen this. Yes, I have seen this before. Interesting. Look at that guy. It's a picture of a woman, a big sword. 1 equals the square root of 2. Is that what that says? I think that's what that says. 1 equals the square root of 2 on his desk. And then a bottle of poison above him. And the guard is holding a key. I see that. He's got like 1 eye. He's got a symbol on his chest. I wonder what that is. You can see the guard's belly button through his chainmail. That's weird. Okay. I've got some stuff to work with here. Go to 508. There's a few things here that could be useful to us. And study it hard, for there may be a clue which can help you. The captain asks your intentions. Will you help him? Will you tell him that you have a private message for the Archmage? Will you tell him that you have come to destroy the evil within the fortress, or will you offer him something from your backpack, perhaps as a bride? Let's do 122 and see what he says. At least, with the previous loop-de-loop, there was a way out. With the sewer, yeah, you were in a loop-de-loop, but at least there was, a way forward. You would loop back, but you had to go through it to make another decision. But in that one, with the blood flame, it was literally just die, find another path, you die no matter what. Go back. Oh, you chose the wrong candle. Your bold announcement does credit to your bravery, but not to your intelligence. For you are hardly in a position to issue threats. The captain and his guards laugh loudly. Take the miserable half-orc to the dungeons, commands the captain. His guards obey. You will now spend the rest of your life in captivity. Mercifully, this will not be for long. Okay, I kind of thought that was going to happen. Let's go to 508. 232. Actually, let's do 43 because I don't think I have anything. I don't think I have anything that could possibly be worth bribing. But if 43 doesn't work out, I will try. I will try that. A message for the Archmage, he asked. I am Khartoum, Captain of the Archmage's guards. Do not try to hoax me with your puny story. You have come to seek out our leader. Is that not true? Will you admit that you have come to destroy Mompong? Or will you continue with your lie? 243. 122 we've already been to, and that is our death. 243. The captain becomes angry. He motions to the two guards holding you, and they shove you forward into his desk. But you are nimble-footed. As you are flung over the desk, you kick backwards with your feet, catching the shins of both guards. They howl in pain and release their grip. Your arms are free. Will you now draw your weapon and prepare to fight your captors, or cast a spell? Yeah, fuck it, let's fight them. I've got 3 arms. 145. The two guards immediately spring on you. Fight these two together. In each attack round, choose whichever you will direct your attention towards and conduct this fight as normal. The remaining guard will inflict a wound only if his attack strength is higher than yours, but you cannot wound him. If you kill the guards, you may turn your attention to the captain. Okay, let's fight the guards. So I have a 14, which means that this guy needs to roll a 9 in order to hit me. This guy needs to roll an 8 in order to hit me if I roll Snake Eyes. So let's just roll. And the first guy rolls an 8, so he gets a 16, which means if I roll Snake Eyes, I will tie with him. So let's roll for the first attack. I rolled a 6, so I hit him. I rolled an 8, so I hit him. So I hit him twice. I do 4 damage each hit. He dies. Next guy, 7. He rolls a 3, which gives him a 10, which means that he loses. And I hit him because I have 2 attacks. And he instantly dies. Okay, bro, these guys should have way higher attack and stamina, in my opinion. If this guy is the guard captain, all right, so he has an 8. He rolled a 10, putting him at 18. I have a 14. I rolled an 11, putting me at 25. That's 1 attack. Next attack, I rolled a 7, putting me at 21. So I beat him. Both hits. He gets another attack. He rolls a 9, putting him at 17. I roll a 6, putting me at 20, and I kill him. Not bad. Not bad. So he dies, I take no damage. If you wish to spare the captain's life, you may turn to 347 when you reduce him to 6 stamina points. If you wish to continue this fight, turn to 391 when you have reduced him to 6 stamina points. Okay, so I've already killed him, but let's turn to 347 and see what he has to say. 347. The captain thanks you for your mercy and promises that you will be rewarded for sparing his life. He steps behind his desk and opens the drawer. You wait to see how you will be rewarded. Your gift is not what you expect. From inside the drawer, the captain pulls out a small hand crossbow, already loaded with a deadly dart. The bowstring sings as the dart shoots towards you and embeds itself in your chest. Its tip is treated with fast-acting poison. Your journey has ended here. Lame. That's lame. Take me back to 145. So lame. So stupid. Of course he wouldn't. He's the guard captain. Of course he wouldn't betray his master. But like, come on, bruh. Fuck you. Die. 391. You can never trust him. You can never trust him. 391. You decide wisely that the captain is still too strong to be spared. If you wish to spare his life when you have reduced him to 3 stamina points, turn to 445. If you have decided that you will fight him to the death, turn to 463 when you kill him. Okay, 445. I know that I just spared him and died for it, but let's see what happens if I spare him again. 445. The captain is graceful for your mercy. You threaten him with the final blow unless he agrees to help you. My life is now worth nothing, he sobs, for I have allowed you to escape, and the Archmage is a cruel master. My only hope now is that you succeed in your mission. He pulls a key from his pocket with the number 17 cast onto it. This is the key which will open the Throbin doors at the foot of the Archmage's tower. Without it, you will get no further into his private chambers. You take the key and tie the captain to his seat. You cannot afford to take chances with his loyalty. When you reach the next Throbin doors, you may use the key by deducting its number from the reference you arrived at and turning this to this new reference. Okay, cool. So we have a key, Throbin, deduct 17. Okay, good. Turn to 463. Amazing. I feel like we're approaching the end. We're about to fight the final boss. Look at that guy. What? 463. You leave the room and walk across the bright chamber towards a door on the far side leading outwards. You open this door by turning to 580. Nice. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. We cheated a little bit, and it worked out for us. We're doing great. Whoa, look at that thing. Holy shit. The door opens, and you step into a large open chamber with dark alcoves around the wall. Torches set in the wall light the room with a flickering glow. The floor is marbled, as are the walls. Across the room, you can see two large double doors. Although there is no one about, there is something in the center of this room. Standing on a pedestal, a few feet above the floor, is a large marble sculpture. It faces towards you, but in the dim light, you can only just make out its shape. It's about the size of a large, shaggy dog, or perhaps a sheep. But apart from this sculpture, the room is empty. Will you walk across the room toward the double doors, treading carefully, or will you cast a spell? 504. You know, something about this right here, this image, something about it, while I was reading this paragraph, I thought to myself, I want to write one of these. Like, I think, even if I don't finish it, I think it would be fun to write a choose your own adventure. I want to do that. I'm going to write that shit down. I like that. I want to do one. Even if it's only like, maybe 100 pages. Even if it's only like maybe 200 reference numbers. It seems fun. And I think I have an idea of how to do it based on how these books have been going. I think I have Okay, so my focus plane is right here. Look at this. I just noticed this. Sorry, I had an ADHD moment. Look, I'm out of focus. I've been out of focus. Here's my focus plane. I have to sit like this? Bro, no. That's what you get. That's what you get for using manual focus lenses, I guess. Okay, turn to 504. 504. Look at this like demonic face on this thing. It's got like a ogre troll, kind of like, yeah, troll mouth. But it's a ram, but it's got forward-facing eyes. It's kind of creepy, I'm not going to lie. I kind of like it. Like how it looks. It's a cool enemy. Okay, 504. Or a puzzle or whatever it is. Oh, we killed those guys. We died to that. We found that dead lady. Not exactly. We did this. I remember this. Yep. Okay, 504. After 5 steps into the room, you freeze. This may be a trick of the light, but you could swear that the shape in the center of the room is moving. A creak confirms your suspicions. The sculpture is coming to life. It turns on its pedestal to face you as you move forward. You take 2 more steps. Its legs move, and it steps down from its plinth. There is something unnatural about its movement. They are abnormally quick. Stepping down on the floor took the statue less than a second, but its bulk is considerable. Then, without warning, it charges. Lowering its head, it races straight for you at tremendous speed. Its legs barely seem to move. Test your luck. If you're lucky, turn to 329. This is the only thing that can kill me. Legitimately. This is like the only thing that can actually fucking own me. 9! Okay, wait. Don't I have a 9? I have an 8. Oh, we're unlucky. Well, we're going to have to come back here. Let's find out what happens at 255. Before you can react, the statue is on top of you. It headbutts you in the rump and sends you flying into the wall behind. Deduct 2 stamina points from the blow and collect yourself together quickly, for the creature has turned towards you again and is ready for another charge. Turn to 58. Okay, so I forgot to remove the 2 health from the blades. I guess we redid that, didn't we? But I still did them. So I'm going to go to 21 because I feel like that's fair. All right, let's go to 58. Do you have anything that may be able to be used against this creature? If so, turn to 152. If you simply want to run for the double doors as quickly as possible, turn to 363. What could I possibly use here? What could I possibly use? Let's turn to 152 and find out. What does it even say that I could... I do have a lot of items. What could I possibly use? 152. A yellow fruit skin, a parchment scroll, an enchanted compass, a glass vial of liquid. Goblin teeth, bone bracelet, self-lighting candles. Okay, I don't have 2 anymore. I now just have the blood one. A golden egg plus nest, a key, which is for the door, a glue vial. I do have a glue vial, but it says a glass vial of... I do have that. Let's try 92 and see what happens. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Wow. Okay. 92. Let's turn. How did you come by this vial? Were you given it by a woman, by a man, or did you find it on your own? I was given it by a man? Right? 278? Is that right? Dude, I don't remember. That was like an hour or more ago. I don't think I've encountered a woman aside from the chef, right? 278. You quickly hurl the vial at the speeding creature before it reaches you. The glass shatters, spraying liquid, but to your dismay, it has no effect at all. Statue is upon you. Turn to 296. Hold on. Take me back to 92. And let's see. What does the glue do nothing? 241. You draw out your vial and grab the stopper. It's stuck. The creature is now heading towards you and accelerating fast. In desperation, you fling the vial at the statue, and luck would have it, you score a direct hit. The vial shatters over its head immediately. The creature stops dead in its tracks and totters on its legs. It seems to be struggling with something. The liquid in the vial has a pungent, acidic smell, which fills the air and seems to be having some effect on the statue. Steam rises from the creature's neck, and it loses its footing. One leg slips, causing it to fall to the side. This is enough for you. You race for the doors at the end of the room while the creature is incapacitated. You reach the door safely, but when you look back at the creature, your blood chills. The marble ram is rising to its feet. The effects of the liquid are wearing off. Okay, so the vial of glue is not that. That's clearly like acid or something. So what we want to do is we want to go to 92 and then back to through the vial for no reason. Actually, I want to go back. I want to go to 152 because I feel like that item didn't do anything for me. So I don't have a parchment scroll. I mean, I do have that. Let's go to 71. Do I have that still, or did I throw it away? Oh, shit, I think I threw it away. It was a scroll, unknown scroll. Okay, I do have an unknown scroll. I don't know if it works, but let's try it. And I forgot what page it was on. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. 152. 71. You pull out the scroll and start to unravel it, but before you can do anything, the creature is speeding towards you. Turn to 296. You try your best to avoid the creature's blow, but it's no use. The head slams into your side, and hurls you against the wall. Your skull cracks against the marble, and you slump lifelessly to the floor. So near your goal, you have been stopped by perhaps the Archmage's most dangerous servant, the Sleepless Ram. Okay. I had a piece of paper that said something about the Sleepless Ram. Well, I had a piece of paper. Or was it the sham? This is not it. This is not it. This was all adventure. This was all combat. This was all combat. 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 Adventure. No. 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 Okay. Oh, no. 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 Okay, so it seems like I don't have anything for this. I don't have anything for this. So we have to go back a little bit further. Let's go back a little bit further to 58. Whichever one said run straight for the door. That one might kill me as well. 58. 363. Let's see. You panic and run for the doors as quickly as possible. And we were unlucky. That's why we went to 262. So let's go to 512. Let's pretend we were lucky. Let's go to 512. The creature slams into you and knocks you sideways toward the middle of the room. You wince as you feel your ankle. It is seriously strained. Nevertheless, you must hobble across toward the door. Deduct 4 stamina. The statue is now ready to charge again. As you pick yourself up, test your luck again. If you're lucky, turn to 25. If you're unlucky, turn to 296. Okay, so we have to be lucky here. So let's say we're lucky and go to 25. 4 health? That's crazy. You try your best to reach the double doors before the statue can attack it again, but it is no use. In your half-crippled state, you are no match for your opponent's tremendous speed. If it slams you again and knocks you, as luck would have it, over towards the door ahead, but the blow has caused you quite some damage. Deduct 4 stamina and turn to 224. Are you fucking... We lost 8 health? The tall double doors are closed. You scramble up to them and must decide quickly what to do. Time is short. The ramming statue is picking up speed towards you. Will you turn the handle and step through the doors? Or will you try to avoid the creature speeding towards you? Okay, so we need to subtract 8 HP. Well, actually, maybe we don't. Hold on. What I need to do, because if we die, I'm going to do something else. Deduct 17. We're at 224, so we need to go to 17. That's 18, 10, 208. 208. Right? 207. 207. 207. Your heart is thumping as you open the door and you slam it shut behind you to keep the marble ram out. You pause to collect your thoughts. You're about to come face to face with the Archmage. Your mission is almost done. If only you can take the Dark Lord of Mompong and rescue the crown. The door opens on the foot of a spiral staircase. You climb the stairs way up into the tower until you reach a door at the top. The door is unlocked. You open it. You're expecting an elegant study, well decorated and lined with books, but what you see is the opposite. Turn to 321. Okay, so we made it. We did have to cheat. So our luck is now 6. We're just going to say that we were lucky twice. And we lost 8 HP, bringing us down to 13. We're at base HP. I would so be dead right now. Okay. What did it say? Turn to 321. 321. Wait. This potato man is the Archmage? Wait. Hold on a minute. The room inside is sparsely decorated. It is a bedchamber of some sort. Narrow window slits in the bare stone walls provide a little light, although the sun has nearly left the sky. There is a desk in the room, but it is cheaply made. The room seems empty. No one is about. You step into the room. A sound comes from behind the door, followed by sobbing. You wheel round quickly. Standing behind the door with a large brass pot in one hand is a balding, plump man dressed in long undergarments. "It's no use," he whispered. "I just cannot bring myself to do it." Presumably, he's talking about using his pot to knock you senseless as you entered. What will you do now? Will you calm the man down and try to talk to him, or will you threaten him for daring to contemplate ambushing you? Let's go to 7. What the fuck? What? This is how Steve Jackson ends his book? What? You both sit down on a hardwood bench as he composes himself. I have no wish for all this violence and treachery, he starts, for I'm a man of peace. It's this God-cursed Mampang that causes all these problems. I can't even trust visitors anymore. You assure him that you will do him no harm, and he tells you his story. Turn to 79. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I can assure you, he says, that I am not a native of Mampang, nor am I from anywhere in Kakabad. My name is Far and Wide, and my kingdom is Ruddlestone, way to the west, beyond the Zanzanus. My profession is the art of science, and my specialty is in weaponry. In my own kingdom, I was renowned for my discoveries. My most important discovery was a flash powder, which would propel a missile further than an arrow could be fired. It was this cursed discovery which attracted the attention of the Archmage. Oh, so this is not the Archmage. Okay, got it. His allies, the hook-billed birdmen, were sent after me. I was captured as I slept and brought to this hell pit in these very clothes. Since that time, his threats have kept me working on my project, but I fear that his own ambitions will see its use only for conquest, not for the defense of peace. You tell him a little of your own story, but only that the Archmage has similarly wronged your kingdom by stealing the crown of kings. The old man nods. I have heard of your crown. The Archmage is said to keep it with him at all times. You ask him where you can find the Archmage. Now that is a secret I can help you with. Come with me. He leads you over to a window and points out. The Archmage does not often visit the Mampang fortress. Your jaw drops. Has this journey been wasted? Far and Wide continues. He considers this place unsafe from his enemies. He leads the world to believe that this is his home, but it in fact is there. You follow his finger. It points out to the peaks of High Zaman, and nothing particular. You groan. Must you find your way safely out of the fortress and start another journey? Do not despair, my friend. Let me show you another trick I have learned. Far and Wide cups his hands round his mouth and calls 3 words in a language you have never heard before. You watch dumbfounded as the enchanted words cast their spell. Outside the tower you are in, a shimmering haze disturbs the air. As it rises slowly, the old man's story makes more sense. Another tower, concealed under its spell of invisibility, forms before your eyes. Far and Wide looks at you proudly. There is the Archmage's tower. That is where he stays. You realize you must now reach this tower, and quickly, before the light fades. Will you ask the man for his advice or cast a spell? Let's ask for his advice. Maybe he can cast another spell for me. 245. I can offer you a little help, he says, but whether or not you will be able to make use of it, I do not know. Outside of this door, to the left, is a solid wall. A secret doorway is hidden in the wall. It is released by a password, but it is well protected against all unauthorized people. The passageway behind the door runs downstairs to the outside of the fortress. When the Archmage did live here, this was his private escape route. I know what you're thinking. Does he know the password? Alas, I do not. For if I did, I would certainly have escaped long ago. Your only other alternative is to work your way back through the fortress and find your way outside. You thank him for his information and hurry outside. Will you turn left and investigate the stone wall, or head downstairs to make your way back through the fortress? I'm not making my way back through the fortress. Fuck that. Well, maybe it won't be so hard. Let's go to 546, and check out the wall. You feel around the bare stonework, looking for a clue as to where the secret doorway is. You can find nothing. You may try a password. Wait! I know the password. Alara Latana Lara. Wait, no, that's not the password I knew. I knew the Rada 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 one. Ganthankamanta. I don't know these. Okay, let's go to 486. I don't really want to... I'll come back here. I'll come back here if 486 doesn't work out for me. How about that? I'll cheat Only if I can't figure it out. You set off down the stairs. Your morale has been reduced to an all-time low with the thought of having somehow to work your way back through the fortress to get outside the walls. You open the Throbin door at the foot of the staircase and step through. Rough hands grab your shoulder and pull you through the doors. Shouts go up. You're surrounded by guards. Your lack of caution has now placed you in a dire situation. Turn to 430 to face the guards. And I didn't even kill the ram! Will you face the guards with your weapon? Yes. 394. You must first fight the guards standing before you. 8 and 6. Okay, so he only has an 8, and I am going to kill him in one hit. Roll. He rolls a 5. Let's see if I roll. No. He auto fails because 8, 13, I have a 14. He auto fails both hits. I kill him in one blow. Okay, so he dies. If you have a blessed hardwood spear, you may kill the guard instantly. Oh, well, I do. So we do. 495. The guard falls to the ground, but another is ready to take his place. And if you defeat that one, there's another, then another. Your cause is hopeless. You cannot defeat all the guards, even if you carry a blessed hardwood spear. And it is simply a matter of time before your own strength runs out. Your attempt to rescue the crown has been good, but not good enough. Wow, that's a shame. That's a shame. What happens if I subtract 92 from this? So that takes me to 403. Oops, I went way too far. I zoned out for like half a second. Nope. Okay, so we're going to go back to 546. And we're going to cheat. Well, actually, let's do 546 minus 92. That's 454. Let's try 454 real quick and see what happens. I don't think anything will happen. You speak your password and wait. A creak in the rock is followed by the appearance of a crack which splits along the rock face. A door is opening. Your heart beats quickly as it swings open to allow you through, and judging by the commotion, you can hear at the bottom of the stairs, this was not a moment too soon. Wait, hold on. Hi, Ace, welcome. That was the answer. The other two, the riddle, the two choices were incorrect. It was to do minus 92. That's crazy. I figured that shit out just on happenstance. Anyway, hi, Ace. We're at the end of the book. You step through the door and close it behind you. You find yourself in a narrow tunnel. Stairs lead downward. You follow them down and down, zigzagging until you reach the bottom. At the bottom is a door. It squeaks on its hinges as you open it. This door cannot have been used for many years. The dust and debris that have built up around it, make it very difficult to open. Your spirits rise again when you find the door leads, as far and wide I told you, outside the fortress. But what of the hidden tower? Has it now resumed its aura of invisibility? You look out and breathe a sigh of relief. It is still visible. Perhaps the old man's words render the invisibility spell ineffective to anyone who once sees the tower. You step across towards it. A heavy door leads into the tower. You try it and find it firmly locked. Roll 2 die and compare the total with your skill score. If you roll a number less than your skill, the door will open and allow you inside. If you roll a number greater than or equal to your skill, the door is particularly strong. Then the door will hold fast. Deduct 1 stamina point for each attempt you make, including the successful ones. When you finally open the door, turn to 102. Okay, so we have a chance of losing. I think it's impossible for me to lose this. Okay, so I rolled Snake Eyes, so I instantly get it, so it doesn't even matter. So we're going to drop this to 12. This is whack as fuck. I'm not going to lie. I have 12 HP. If I take this dude is probably going to do 3 or 4 damage per hit. There's a really good chance I'm going to die if I have to fight him. Oh, man. Okay, turn to 102. Man, look at this. Look at all that writing. That's every door that we've tried, not including backtracking. Because backtracking, I just went to a previous number. I have filled this page with numbers. 102. Here we go. The door burst open and you fall headlong into the chamber inside. You roll over on the straw-covered floor and take in your surroundings. The room is not at all elegant, as you would have expected. It is simply a bare room. 2 doors lead from it, and you must now choose which one to take. You may either try the one on the left or the one on the right. Okay, so we are on 102. I think if we go all the way to the other side of the book, that will be correct. However, I'm just going to branch right here, 37 and 465, and we're going to do 37 because it's closer. Look at this. Is this the bathroom? I was here I was I here? Yes, I was. Yeah, this is the guard's latrine, and they use a dead rat to wipe with. Ew. Ew. Okay. Sorry, I was engrossed in that. I can't believe I didn't fight the harpy, the birdman. The door is not locked. It opens to reveal an odd-shaped room, forming a rough crescent. It is dark and lit only by a lancet window in the left-hand wall. The floor is rough stone and scattered with straw. The doorway is set toward the far end of the right-hand wall. And what really catches your attention is a festering smell of decay which hangs in the room. Will you enter and look around, or leave this room and try the other one? Okay, let's go down. Let's go to 114. I feel like this is the wrong way simply because the difference between the numbers was not great enough, as we have covered many times. 114. Look at those guys. Why are they dressed differently than the other ones? Interesting. Oh, this is the other group that oh, it's Red Eyes. Oh, it's Red Eyes. Oh, I see. Trying to be as quiet as possible, you step into the room. You glance around at the floor for any signs, either of creatures or of objects, but find none. You quicken your steps, heading toward the door. Halfway there, you stop. A shape at the far end of the room has caught your attention. It is a large, bulky shape, and it is making no movements. Will you step over to investigate, or ignore it and continue toward the door? Yep, 369. We're going to look. Of course we're going to look. Who cares if we die? We've died countless times. At least like 10. And we finally got the funny 69 number. The shape remains a mystery as you walk up to it. As you get nearer, you notice certain things about it. It appears to be inanimate, at least it remains motionless. Perhaps it is a bundle of rubbish in a huge sack. The sack is slightly shiny, resembling a hide of some kind, perhaps like a reptile's skin. You stop in your tracks as the realization dawns at you. At the same time, the shape rises. Ooh, if we had transformed into the lizard folk, we would have instantly died right there, by the way. 499. God, that looks like a fear and hunger monster, doesn't it? Ugh. It's disgusting. And we never got to play whatever this dart game is. 499. Ooh, it's a Hydra? Slowly, the shape. Oh my god. Oh wait. Oh my god. I thought that these were its stats. I thought those were its stats. What the fuck is this? Telephone? What? Fuck off. Slowly, the shape comes alive. Its scaly skin ripples and flexes as its muscles crank it off the ground. You can do nothing but watch, your mouth agape, as the formidable shape takes form. It is a form which you recognize from legend rather than experience. For before your eyes, a great Hydra is taking shape. But its reptilian features are incomplete. 7 stumpy necks are flexing themselves, but its heads are missing. How can the creature live without heads? In the next instant, your question is answered. Materializing slowly on the creature's necks are 7 heads, but they are not snake-like heads you were expecting. They are sinister, human-like heads with grotesque faces. One bearded, stark white face has great puffy cheeks. You swallow hard, for you recognize this face. It is Pangara, god of the air. A woman's face has sharp features and a shock of bright orange hair which glows in its own light. Burning red fireballs in her eyes confirm her identity, Glantanka, goddess of the sun. Other faces are beginning to form as the gods of Mompong appear before you on snake necks. If these are the gods, then you will have little chance against their power unless you act quickly. Pull out your weapon during an attack, or cast a spell. There's 777 pages? Oh my god. Yep, 65. We're going to fight the gods. This is a JRPG now. We're going to kill all the gods before we finish fighting this final boss. You always got to kill God when you're playing a JRPG. Don't you know that? I told you that we were guts. I told you we were guts. Courageously. You Godhead Hydra skill 17? You advance against the Hydra. Perhaps if you can attack it before its heads have fully materialized, it will not be at its full strength, but deep down you are not optimistic. For how can you fight against the gods themselves? Another head appears, this one green and scaly with a pointed nose and gills in its neck. It is Haidana, god of the waters. His mouth opens, and a torrent of water bursts out at you, knocking you backwards and landing painfully on your ankle. Deduct 1 stamina point and let the battle commence. Are you fucking kidding? We lose a single HP? After the first attack round, if you wounded the Hydra, or 305 if it wounded you. Okay, let's see. This is gnarly. So it has a 17. However, I have a chakram. And my chakram, if I roll less than my skill, I will deal damage to it. And I'm going to classify that as dealing damage. So let's roll. Please be less than... It's going to be less than my skill because my skill is 12. This is 9. Okay, so I'm going to deal 2 damage to it. And for the first time in a long time, I'm going to write this on paper. Here. Why not? So it has a... Oops. It has a 17 skill and a 24. I take it down to 22 by dealing 2 damage to it. It says after the first attack round, though. So I think I've just reduced it to 22. I'm gonna say that wasn't an attack round. Let's see. This is whack. I don't know about this. Okay, 17. I have a 14. It's pretty close, but that means it has 3 on me. Roll. It rolls a 7, bringing it to 24. I have to roll a 10 or higher. I rolled a 4. Here's my second attack. I rolled a 6. It hits me. This is really bad. 305. I think I'm going to have to go a different way, guys. I think we're going to have to backtrack and go a different way. 305. This is really bad. The Hydra's great tail flashes around you like a whip and catches you across the chest. You prepare for the impact, expecting to be sent flying across the room, but the blow never touches you. Instead, the tail passes right through you. But how can this be? That blow would have been enough to fell a mighty champion, but you felt nothing. Then the implications dawn on you. This Hydra is no living creature, it is merely an illusion. The pieces fit. A smell of decay as you entered. No signs of life from the creatures you approached. You close your eyes and look again. Surely enough, the scene of the room is as it was when you entered. The dead Hydra's carcass lies harmlessly in the corner of the room. Its spell broken, the creature will do you no harm. You are free to try the door in the wall. But if this room is magic, will the door also be protected? Turn to 220. Okay, so we took 1 damage. You got me. I'm not going to lie. You did get me. You did get me. You got me, Steve Jackson. I thought this was going to be a nightmare battle. It does make sense, though, because we know that the 7 snakes from the previous book, the 7 snakes, were the 7 heads of the Hydra that the Archmage killed. This has to be the Hydra that the Archmage killed. 220. Gingerly, you reach forward and grasp the handle, expecting the worst. You're relieved to find that the handle, at least, is not trapped. You turned it. The click from within sounds normal. The door is not locked. With a nervous gulp, you swing the door open, releasing the handle. No spikes or explosions or shocks. The door is perfectly normal. Beyond the door is a spiral staircase leading upwards. You step through the doorway, peer up the stairs. At the top is a wide door, which is heavy set and edged with brass. This seems to be your only way through, so you set off up the stairs. The upper door is a grand affair, and presumably the entrance to some sort of important room. Could this lead to the confrontation you've been waiting for? Turn to 198. I'm out of room on my paper. 198. I think all of this is going to be an illusion. And the Archmage is just an illusionist. And he's going to be revealed to have no power. And it's going to be a shockingly easy fight. 198. Let's find out. It's him. It's him. It's him. And he's got a telescope. And there's something written here on in the stars. Or maybe these might actually be pictures. Oh, these are pictures, not windows. This is a window. These are pictures. What does this say? The door opens into an office of some kind. Straw again lines the floor, but charts and maps are pinned to the walls. Some of these are charts of the heavens, and there's a strange contraption pointing out the window at the sky. Sitting behind the table, the room is a scrawny-looking fellow with spiky black hair. Look, it's him! It's Sasuke! He looks up at you over half-moon glasses and smiles a sinister smile. Could this be the Archmage himself? And who do we have here, then? He asks, as if I did not know. The Analander. I wonder whether you would make it this far. My congratulations on your skill and your courage. You are indeed a worthy enemy, but here is where your luck runs to an end. For now you face no cowardly black elf, no brainless cladaman. You state defiantly that your journey will not end until the crown of kings has been returned to its rightful guardians in Analand. Ah, yes, he says, the crown of kings. What say I give it to you now, and you be gone? I, for one, am anxious to remove this cursed thing from here. This is a strange offer. Will you accept and ask him for the crown? Or would you prefer to draw your weapon and fight him? I say we fucking murder him. If I do say so myself. You pull your weapon and advance toward him. He simply smiles. Do you think you could harm me with that oversized butter knife? He taunts. Put it down, for I can make it my ally if I so wish. You ignore his threats. Very well, then. Have it whichever way you will. He gestures in the air for his hands, and your weapon feels heavy in your hand. You try to lift it and find that it is tugging itself free from you. It pulls hard and breaks your grip, flailing in the air, as if with a mind of its own. And then, to your horror, it turns to face you, cutting in the air to force you back against a corner. And now, to complete my little show, the sorcerer continues, a rope trick. Again, he gestures with his hands. This time, a rope flies up into the air, serpent-like. It hangs, awaiting his instructions. At his command, the rope flies toward you and wraps itself around your wrist. You have been captured. Guards, he calls. From a hidden doorway in one of the walls, 3 guards rush into the room and grab you. The guards bundle you off through their door and up a narrow staircase into the top of the tower. A heavy lock is set in the door at the top. This is evidently a prison room of some sort. They unlock the door and fling you inside. Turn to 4. But remember that you have now lost your weapon. If you do not have another one with you, you must deduct 3 skill points in any future combats. Okay, well, let's see where this takes us. Some bullshit. Hey, some fucking ass. The room you are in is at the top of the tower. Sit back and relax while the magic happens. A single window lights the room, which is bare except for a shiny plate on the floor behind the door. The remains of a meal are on the plate. Your immediate thought is worrying. Are you alone in this room? The answer, quite clearly, is no, and this is confirmed when you feel a slight tugging at your elbow. Are you all right? Have you been injured? A squeaky little voice is addressing you. You whirl around. A smile spreads across your face as you recognize Jan, the mini-mite you met just outside of Biritanti. The gods be praised, he says. My friend from Analand. Oh dear, I hope this would not happen. I'm sure your capture is my fault. Your smile drops as you remember how troublesome the little creature was. You were quite happy to rid yourself of the mini-mite at the time, and perhaps his reappearance will be bad rather than good fortune. Windows 11 install message? What are you talking about? Is that what you got? You got that message? Nevertheless, you certainly want to know how he came to be trapped in the Archmage's tower. Our departure was a sad occasion for me, he starts. I felt I had found a good friend and one who certainly needed my help in crossing Kakabad. I came after you. I missed you in Kare, for I will not venture into the city port and search for you in the backlands. Finestra, the sorceress, is one of my good friends, and she told me of your movements. I almost caught you at Lake Ilklala, but you crossed in the boat before me. I could not fly that far without rest and had to skirt the lake. You noticed the creature's wings or lack of them. These black-faced, swill-bellied butchers, he moans. They cut my wings. I was captured by the Red Eyes and brought to this place. My wings were clipped to prevent my escaping. You ask Jan why the Archmage himself should want to bring you into his tower. Another black-faced creature? Yeah. I think we've gotten 3 in this book so far. No, my friend. Why the Archmage himself should want to bring you into his own tower. No, my friend, you have it wrong. He shakes his head. This is not the Archmage's tower. This is a prison tower. The Archmage's most prized prisoners are kept here. You are astonished. Will you tell him Far and Wide's story, or do you think you ought to try planning an escape? I'll tell him the story. Let's go 69. You tell Jan of the aging weapons specialist who revealed the tower to you. The Mini-Mite smile. Far and Wide is no weapons specialist at all, he sniggers. That man was the Archmage himself in disguise. And what a crafty demon he is. He has persuaded you to enter his own prison and become his prisoner, almost of your own accord. You cannot believe your ears. You have already met the Archmage, and you let him go. This is valuable information. Should you once again meet Far and Wide, you will know his secret. Deduct 111 from the reference you are at if you come across him again, and turn to this new reference to expose him. Now you had better plan an escape from this tower. Turn to 98. I fucking knew it. I was like, there's no way this guy is the Archmage. Are you kidding me? Your situation looks hopeless. The door is sturdy, and you have already seen the sides of the lock on the door. The window is one possibility, but it is a long way up. A jump would certainly kill you. Perhaps you could plan to ambush one of the guards when you are brought your food. Will you try to break the door, ask Jan his opinion, or use something from your pack? Or will you cast a spell? What do I have? I have some stuff. Let's go to 259. I do have stuff. Let's go to 259 and see if there's anything in my pack that I possibly have here. Do you have a silver whistle? No. You will find none of your other possessions much use, and you will have to try something else. You can either ask the Mini-Mite for his advice. Okay, let's turn to 414. Okay, so specifically a silver whistle. Why don't they just say that? Do you have the silver whistle? Turn to this page. No? Okay. If you want my opinion, says Jan, even the thought of escape is futile. Perhaps we could ambush the guards as he enters the room, but you can bet your worth that the whole company will not be far behind him. An escape plan aided by magic is impossible. As you know, Mini-Mites are protected from most magic and an invisible shroud of protection. Only the most powerful spells will work while I'm here, and I'm sure as Korga not going to oblige you by jumping out the window to get out of your way, if that's what you're thinking. Other than these, the only possibility is to wait to see whether anyone sends for you. Someone is bound to ask for you before long. You consider his advice. Star, star! Star, star! Star, star! Minus 80. 414 minus 80. 334! What is this? Oh, 334. The situation seems hopeless, but an idea dawns on you as you remember the genie given you by Shihori. Quickly, you reach into your pack and pull it out. The Mini-Mite looks worried as you pull it out, but for the time being, you are ignoring him. You grasp the stopper firmly and give it a yank. It comes out with a pop. You wait to see what happens next. Almost immediately, a pure white smoke begins to creep its way out of the neck of the bottle. It swirls in the air and seems to hang above your hand. A disembodied voice speaks. I have been summoned to the material plane. Who is it that calls me? You are unsure whether or not this genie is friendly, but you announce yourself and ask whether it is able to help your situation. A human, the voice exclaims. It is long, very long, since I served a human. Yes, I can release you from your prison and more than that, but I may serve you only once. Consider your request carefully. You think over your problem. The genie is offering you wise advice. A simple escape would be helpful, but not prudent, as you might simply wind up outside the tower and then have to battle your way in once again. No, you have a better request. You ask the genie to take you back to the Archmage. With this request, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, both escaping and confronting your enemy at the same time. The genie's voice answers you. Back to the Archmage? Are you sure this is what you want? Very well then, so be it. You're a little worried about the cautionary tone in his voice. Have you said the wrong thing? What is wrong with going back to the Archmage? But there's no time to think about it. Before your eyes, the genie has grown in size. Its swirling shape now fills the room. It has cast its spell, and you are tossing and turning on a weightless cloud, unable to see anything. Turn to 631. Here we go. Look at that. What the fuck is happening there? As quickly as it started, the spell wears off and you are returned to Earth in new surroundings. The prison tower has disappeared and your feet touch the ground. You must fight to keep your balance, for you are on a spiral stairway. Behind and beneath you is a large set of double doors. Ahead of you, at the top of the stairs, is another heavy door. You climb the stairs and try the handle. It turns. Return to 321. The room inside is sparsely decorated. Here is the Archmage. We go back 111, which is 210. You confront the sniveling creature before you. You have learned the Archmage's secret, and you tell him so. Far and Wide steps back aghast. His whimpering ceases. His expression changes as his eyes narrow. So, he exclaims, the Analander knows our secret. Our foe is more competent than any of us had imagined. I offer my admiration for your skill. Such skill should be rewarded. You have come for the crown of kings. No doubt you would like to set eyes on it. The old man moves toward the desk and opens a drawer. From within, he pulls a shining golden crown and lays it on the desk. The crown of kings. You recognize instantly the treasured crown of and your eyes widen in awe of its beauty. At last, it is within your grasp. While your concentration is focused on the crown, you have taken your eyes off Far and Wide, and a transformation is taking place. Oh, so this is the Archmage. Okay. I was wondering what this horrifying creature is. Oh, look! He's like coming out of the dude's body. A fearsome creature is forming before your very eyes. Your thoughts on the crown disappear, and you must quickly decide what to do, for the creature forming before you is a netherworld demon of some sort, with a huge bullish face, hooved feet, and a black, hairy body. Smoke curls from its nostrils. You must attack quickly before it forms fully. Will you draw your weapon and attack, or will you cast a spell? Let's attack. This is going to be very hard. Before we do this battle, I need to use my medicinal potion, which will raise my health by 4 because we're not allowed to use it in combat. And I am not doing very good on health. So let's make this 15. Turn to 107. Yes. Finally we're here. The Archmage's transformation is nearly complete. If you can attack the creature quickly before it is fully formed, then you will stand a chance. If you are not quick, you will have little hope against a netherworld deity such as this. If you defeat the creature within 5 attack rounds, turn to 351. If you do not defeat it, turn to 172. Okay, so we're going to throw our chakram and do 2 damage, bringing it down to 5. And then I only have 1 sword now, so I was thinking, what can I do to reduce that? And I think the only thing to do here is to take away my -1 to attack, my +2 to damage. Because that's the sword I had and that's the sword I lost. Which sucks. But that means that this is now a 15. And we only do 2 damage now. But we attack twice. So it's fine. It's fine. So we don't have our double-edged broadsword anymore, but we have a higher percentage to hit. So let's go ahead and roll. So it only has a 7 in skill. I have a 15, which means if it doesn't roll 8, 9, 10, a 10, it can't meet my minimum. So it needs to roll an 11 to even get to me. And it rolls a 10, which was really close. So it auto fails, and I hit it twice. So I deal 4 damage. It has 1 HP. Let's roll again. It rolled a 9. Not enough. It dies. Rest in peace, died in 2 attack rounds. 172. So much for an Archmage, huh? You'd think he would have done like a spell or something. Your effort has been valiant, but in vain. The demon... Wait, no. Wait, hold on, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, 351. Well, what's at 172? Is it like a harder enemy? I kind of want to fight something harder. Your effort has been valiant, but in vain. Oh, he kills me! The demon now stands fully formed before you. You rush up to strike a blow with your weapon. A blast of fiery breath from the creature's great nostrils hits you full in the face. In agony, you hold your hands up to your face to stop the pain. Your hair is on fire. Your face is scorched beyond recovery. You drop to the ground defeated as death takes you. Your journey is ended. So close, so very close to your goal. Well, I'm glad that I didn't do that. What was it? It was 370, 375? $370. Oh, shit. Okay, we got to go back to 107. I messed up. Oopsie. I thought I knew what it was. 351. That was close. 351. The hideous demon drops to the ground. Its shape shrivels and disappears before your eyes, returning to its god-forsaken home. You are now alone in the room with the crown of kings and the body of Far and Wide. You check the old man. He's dead. You walk over to the desk to touch the crown. In spite of being made from solid metals, it is remarkably light. You wrap it carefully and place it in your pack. Now, you must return it to Analand. Will you leave the room and step carefully down the stairs, or will you open your pack and look for something to use? Okay. 434 or 148. What do I possibly have? What do I possibly have that could make this easier? 148. Do you have the silver whistle or holy water from the Tinpong River with you? If so, you may use either of those. If you wish to use the silver whistle, turn to 800. If you wish to use the holy water, turn to 537. I do have the holy water. I do. 537. I didn't know it was from the Tinpong, but I do have a vial of holy water. You step over the old man's body, sprinkling on the holy water. You wait anxiously to see what the effect will be on Far and Wide. Turn to 526. The old man's eyes start to flutter. Muscles twitch around his mouth, and slowly life returns to his corpse. When he has recovered sufficiently to sit up, Far and Wide looks at you. His expression is blank. He remembers nothing about the room or you, and you take some time to explain things to him. My friend, if all of this is true, he says finally, then I owe you my life. And more than that, every person in the Femfrey Alliance owes to you the prospect of future peace and prosperity. But all your efforts count for naught if you are unable to return the crown to your own king. Perhaps here is a way I can repay you for your bravery. He steps over to the desk and draws out a velvet bag from the lowest drawer. Inside the bag is a ball of clear crystal, and the old man peers into it. If they are still alive, he says, the Samaritans will help you. Yes, there is Crew now. You look into the ball. Clearly formed inside is the image of an angry birdman barking orders. This, says Far and Wide, is Peewit Crew, chief disciple of the Samaritans of Shin. They will help you return to Analand, for they hate the power of Mompong as you do. You may summon the Samaritans with this. He gives you a small silver whistle. Turn 800. Oh, I got the silver whistle! After all this work, it's the end. Dude, that's crazy. At the very end of the book, we're saved by the eagles from the fucking mouth of Mount Doom. The eagles come and save me, Frodo, and Samwise, my pixie Samwise. This is crazy. You step over to the window and blow your whistle. A shrill, warbling sound comes from the silver piece, and you wait for it to summon its master. A short while later, nothing has happened, and you begin to get anxious. But sure enough, your call has been heard. A fluttering of wings can be heard at the window, followed by a familiar face. The head of Peewit Crew appears. "Do you have the crown?" he asks. You nod and tell him of the struggle, patting your backpack to indicate that the crown is safe. "Then let us go," he cries. "For both our missions are now done. Without the crown, Mompung is powerless. Give me your hands, friend." The birdmen take you and fly you away from the fortress and across the peaks of High Zaman. You have succeeded in your mission. A crown of kings will be returned to Analand. The Archmage is dead. Perhaps sometime soon another warlord will seize power in Mompung, and your country will once again be threatened. But for the time being, you hold your head high in pride. Yours has been the most difficult task ever completed by a native of your country. You have firmly written yourself into the history books of Analand, and your adventures will become legends passed on through generations of your people. Your journey is over. You have earned your rest. That's it? Damn. Wow. Wow. That's it? I kind of was thinking I would get more than just like you're the hero of Analand. I'm kind of the hero of the entire fucking empire. The entire alliance, you know what I'm talking about? Well, that was certainly an adventure. There were some quite frustrating parts, some quite bullshit parts, and some very enjoyable parts. Let's bring that map back up and look at the journey we went on. Why is it so it's so stretched? Okay. Wow, look at this. So we went all the way from Analand, the Gate, the Shamutanti Hills, up to Kare. We saved a witch here. We saved a chieftain's daughter and killed a manticore. We went to Kare. Kare fucking sucked. We went through here, the Backlands. The Backlands was okay. We went through Lake Ilklala, through this little thing up to Lower Zaman. Then we went up to High Zaman. We saw a bunch of naked women repeatedly. And then we finally made it into the Mompung Fortress, which, I'm not going to lie, was quite hard. That was hard. I almost died. If I didn't cheat with my HP and we weren't playing on story mode, I think I would have 100% died to combat. Not even to combat, to just like when he dealt 8 damage to me by ramming me the marble ram, that thing owned me. If I had 13 HP, he would have brought me down to 5. I think I would have finished this adventure at like 2 HP. I'm not going to lie. I think I would have finished this adventure at like 2 HP. I think we would be on this page right now with like 2 HP. And that would only be if I didn't take any damage from combat or other stuff. I was shocked that they gave me so many rest sites, and then basically for the past like hour, we didn't get an hour and a half, we didn't get a single rest. I didn't get a single opportunity to eat and regain any stamina. I just had that potion to use. I had so many items that just did not matter. Like ring of green metal, glue vial, goblin teeth, bone bracelet, golden egg and nest, sand, never ever used any sand, never used any pebbles, brass vial of holy water, I used that, cloth skull cap. What was even the point? The alarm horn. What else did I have? I used the genie. That was cool. And he was like, "Are you sure this is what you want?" Obviously, this is sure what I want. Are you joking? I lost my double-edged broadsword. At the very end, I lost my broadsword. That was such a shame, dude. That was so sad. I never used the snake anti-venom. Actually, I tried to, and that didn't matter. The gale horn didn't matter. None of the scrolls mattered, and I think that was because I was doing stuff like I never did any magic. My chakram kind of came in handy a couple times, but I did so much damage it didn't matter. My crystal orb didn't matter. My brass pendulum didn't matter. All this stuff that I had and that I saved and I bought and I traded for, my silver serpent ring, all my stuff, didn't matter. Barely mattered. Anyway, I had a pretty good time. I think I need a break from these adventure books for a while, though. There's a lot of stuff in here that's just frustrating. Just frustrating. I'm not going to lie. But it was a good time. If I find an adventure book in real life at a bookstore, I'm buying that shit. I am buying that shit. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to play it. But it's going to be one of those things where it's like, you know, I'm doing the shit at the bottom of the book where I'm, you know, flipping the pages to use the dice and I'm landing on random numbers and stuff like that. That seems kind of fun, you know? And I'm going to be writing with my little pencil, you know? I think that'll be fun. And this was great. I'm glad that we did this. I'm glad that all of this spurned from us talking about, I think we saw something that made Howard remember that he created a choose your own adventure game. And then I talked about the maze game, the maze book that I have. And then I was like, fuck it, let's do one. Let's do a choose your own adventure. And here we are doing a 4-part, 25-hour adventure that took a lot out of me. I'm not going to lie. But I hope you guys had fun. I hope that it was, if you didn't have fun, I hope it was at least like interesting. You know what I mean? An interesting journey. Something that was like so this is what people were doing before video games. This is what people were doing before D&D. You know what I mean? It was cool. It was cool to like look back at the history of this stuff, at the best example that these types of books had to offer, which was sorcery. It's dated. It's got some stuff in here that I don't like how every enemy is black. What's up with that, Steve Jackson? What's up with that? Again, for the 4th time, if you want to play this game, if you want to do the magic route, you're more than welcome to. Apparently, this is available on the PlayStation and as a mobile app, and I think on Steam as well, as like a revamped version brought up to date. So if you want to play them, they're out there. It's available. It may not be exactly what I played, if it's not the book, but you'll have a similar experience, and you'll be able to figure your own way out and your own way through the puzzles and do magic if you want to and memorize your little spells. But either way, right at the end, there's a hair in my mouth. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I did. And I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching, everybody. And thanks for coming to hang out with me. If you didn't stay, thanks for coming to check in. Bye, everybody.